We hope you enjoy hearing this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear Scourby's classic book readings.
It was blue mouldy for the want of that pint. Declare to God I could hear it hit the pit of me stomach with a click. And lo, as they quaffed their cup of joy, a godlike messenger came swiftly in, radiant as the eye of heaven, a comely youth, and behind him there passed an elder of noble gait and countenance, bearing the sacred scrolls of law, and with him his lady wife, a dame of peerless lineage, fairest of her race. Little Alf Bergen popped in round the door and hid behind Barney Snug, squeezed up with a laughin', and who was sitting up there in the corner that I hadn't seen, snoring drunk, blind to the world, only Bob Doran. I didn't know what was up, and Alf kept making signs out of the door, and begob, what was it? Only that bloody old pantaloon's Dennis Breen in his bath slippers, with two bloody big books tucked under his oxter, and the wife hot-foot after him, unfortunate wretched woman, trotting like a poodle. I thought Alf would split. "Look at him," says he. "Breen, he's traipsing all round Dublin with a postcard someone sent him with UP up on it to take a And he doubled up. "Take a what?" says I. "Libel action," says he, "for £10,000. Oh, hell," says I. The bloody mongrel began to growl that it put the fear of God in you, seeing something was up, but the citizen gave him a kick in the ribs. "Be the hushed," says he. "Who?" says Joe. "Breen," says Alf. "He was in John Henry Menton's, and then he went round to Collis and Ward's, and then Tom Rochfort met him and sent him round to the sub-sheriff's for a lark. Oh, God, I've got a pain laughing. UP, up. The long fella gave him an eye as good as a process, and now the bloody old lunatic is going round to Green Street to look for a G-man." "When is Long John going to hang that fella in Mountjoy?" says Joe. "Bergen," says Bob Doran, waking up. "Is that Alf Bergen?" "Yes," says Alf. "Hanging? Well, wait till I show you. Here, Terry, give us a pony. That bloody old fool, £10,000. You should have seen Long John's eye. UP. And he started laughing. "Who you laughing at?" says Bob Doran. "Is that Bergen?" "Hurry up, Terry, boy," says Alf. Terence O'Ryan heard him, and straightway brought him a crystal cup full of the foaming ebon ale, which the noble twin brothers Bung Ive and Bung Ardelawn brew ever in their divine ale-vats, cunning as the sons of deathless Leda. For they garner the succulent berries of the hop, and mass and sift and bruise and brew them, and they mix therewith sour juices, and bring the must to the sacred fire, and cease not night or day from their toil, those cunning brothers, lords of the vat. Then did you, chivalrous Terence, hand forth as to the manner born that nectarous beverage, and you offered the crystal cup to him that thirsted, the soul of chivalry, in beauty akin to the immortals. But he, the young chief of the O'Bergens, could ill brook to be outdone in generous deeds, but gave therefore, with gracious gesture, a testoon of costliest bronze. Thereon embossed, in excellent smith-work, was seen the image of a queen of regal port, scion of the house of Brunswick, Victoria her name, her most excellent majesty, by grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, and of the British dominions beyond the sea, queen, defender of the faith, empress of India, even she who bore rule, a victress over many peoples, the well-beloved, for they knew and loved her from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof, the pale, the dark, the ruddy, and the Ethiop. "What's that bloody Freemason doing?" says the citizen, prowling up and down outside. "What's that?" says Joe. "Here you are," says Alf, chucking out the rhino. "Talking about hanging, I'll show you something you never saw. Hangman's letters. Look at here." So he took a bundle of wisps of letters and envelopes out of his pocket. "Are you codding?" says I. "Honest Injun," says Alf. "Read them." So Joe took up the letters. "Who are you laughing at?" says Bob Doran. So I saw there was going to be a bit of a dust. Bob's a queer chap when the porter's up in him. So says I, just to make talk, "How's Willie Murray those times, Alf?" "I don't know," says Alf. "I saw him just now in Capel Street with Paddy Dignam. Only I was running after that—" "You what?" says Joe, throwing down the letters. "With who?" "With Dignam," says Alf. Is it Paddy, says Joe. Yes, says Alf. Why? Don't you know he's dead, says Joe. Paddy Dignam dead, says Alf. Aye, says Joe. Sure, I'm after seeing him not 5 minutes ago, says Alf, as plain as a pikestaff. Who's dead, says Bob Doran. You saw his ghost then, says Joe. God between us and harm. What, says Alf. Good Christ, only 5... What? And Willie Murray with him, the two of them there, near, what do you call them? What, Dignam dead? What about Dignam, says Bob Doran. Who's talking about? Dead, says Alf. He's no more dead than you are. Maybe so, says Joe. They took the liberty of burying him this morning, anyhow. Paddy, says Alf. Aye, says Joe. He paid the debt of nature. God be merciful to him. Good Christ, says Alf. Begob, he was what you might call flabbergasted. In the darkness, spirit hands were felt to flutter, and when prayer by tantras had been directed to the proper quarter, a faint but increasing luminosity of ruby light became gradually visible, the apparition of the etheric double being particularly lifelike, owing to the discharge of jivic rays from the crown of the head and face. Communication was effected through the pituitary body, and also by means of the orange, fiery, and scarlet rays emanating from the sacral region and solar plexus. Questioned by his earth name as to his whereabouts in the heaven world, he stated that he was now on the path of pralaya, or return, but was still submitted to trial at the hands of certain bloodthirsty entities on the lower astral levels. In reply to a question as to his first sensations in the great divide beyond, he stated that previously he had seen as in a glass darkly, but that those who had passed over had summit possibilities of atmic developments opened up to them. Interrogated as to whether life there resembled our experience in the flesh, he stated that he had heard from more favored beings, now in the spirit, that their abodes were equipped with every modern home comfort, such as talafana, alavatar, hatakalda, wataklasat, and that the highest adepts were steeped in waves of volupcy of the very purest nature. Having requested a quart of buttermilk, this was brought and evidently afforded relief. Asked if he had any message for the living, he exhorted all who were still at the wrong side of Maya to acknowledge the true path, for it was reported in divanic circles that Mars and Jupiter were out for mischief on the eastern angle where the ram has power. It was then queried whether there were any special desires on the part of the defunct, and the reply was, "We greet you, friends of Earth, who are still in the body. Mind CK doesn't pile it on." It was ascertained that the reference was to Mr. Cornelius Kelleher, manager of Messrs. H.J. O'Neill's popular funeral establishment, a personal friend of the defunct, who had been responsible for the carrying out of the interment arrangements. Before departing, he requested that it should be told to his dear son Patsy that the other boot which he had been looking for was at present under the commode in the return room, and that the pair should be sent to Cullen's, to be sold only, as the heels were still good. He stated that this had greatly perturbed his peace of mind in the other region, and earnestly requested that his desire should be made known. Assurances were given that the matter would be attended to, and it was intimated that this had given satisfaction. He is gone from mortal haunts, O Dignam, son of our morning. Fleet was his foot on the bracken, Patrick of the beamy brow. Wail, Banba, with your wind, and wail, O ocean, with your whirlwind. There he is again, says the citizen, staring out. Who, says I. Bloom, says he. He's on point duty, up and down there, for the last 10 minutes. And begob, I saw his physog do a peep in and then slither off again. Little Alf was knocked boreways, faith he was. Good Christ, says he, I could have sworn it was him. And says Bob Doran, with the hat on the back of his pole, lowest blackguard in Dublin when he's under the influence, "Who said Christ is good?" "I beg your parsnip," says Alf. "Is that a good Christ," says Bob Doran, "to take away poor little Willie Dignam?" "Ah, well," says Alf, trying to pass it off, "he's over all his troubles." But Bob Doran shouts out of him, "He's a bloody ruffian, I say, to take away poor little Willie Dignam." Terry came down and tipped them the wink to keep quiet, that they didn't want that kind of talk in a respectable licensed premises. And Bob Doran starts doing the weeps about Paddy Dignam. True as you're there. The finest man, says he, sniveling. The finest, purest character. The tear is bloody near your eye, talking through his bloody hat. Fitter for him to go home to the little sleepwalking bitch he married, Mooney, the bum bailiff's daughter. Mother kept a kip in Hardwick Street that used to be stravaging about the landings, Bantam Lyons told me, that was stopping there at 2 in the morning without a stitch on her, exposing her person open to all comers, fair field and no favor. The noblest, the truest, says he, and he's gone, poor little Willie, poor little Paddy Dignam. And mournful and with a heavy heart, he bewept the extinction of that beam of heaven. Old Gary Owen started growling again at Bloom that was skeezing round the door. Come in, come on, he won't eat you, says the citizen. So Bloom slopes in with his cod's eye on the dog, and he asks Terry, was Martin Cunningham there? Oh, Christ McKeown, says Joe, reading one of the letters. Listen to this, will you? And he starts reading out one. 7 Hunter Street, Liverpool. To the High Sheriff of Dublin, Dublin. Honoured Sir, I beg to offer my services in the above-mentioned painful case. I hanged Joe Gann in Bootle Jail on the 12th of February, 1900, and I hanged Showas, Joe, says I, Private Arthur Chase for foul murder of Jesse Tilsit in Pentonville Prison, and I was assistant when, Jesus, says I, Billington executed the awful murderer Toad Smith. The citizen made a grab at the letter. Hold hard, says Joe. I have a special knack of putting the noose. Once in, he can't get out. Hoping to be favored, I remain honoured, sir. My terms is 5 guineas. H. Rumbold, Master Barber. And a barbarous, bloody barbarian he is, too, says the citizen. And the dirty scrawl of the wretch, says Joe. Here, says he, take them the hell out of my sight, Alf. Hello, Bloom, says he. What will you have? So they started arguing about the point, Bloom saying he wouldn't and couldn't and excuse him no offence and all to that. And then he said, well, he'd just take a cigar. Gob, he's a prudent member and no mistake. Give us one of your prime stinkers, Terry, says Joe. And Alf was telling us there was one chap sent in a mourning card with a black border round it. They're all barbers, says he, from the black country that would hang their own fathers for 5 quid down in travelling expenses. And he was telling us there's 2 fellas waiting below to pull his heels down when he gets the drop and choke him properly. And then they chop up the rope after and sell the bits for a few bob a skull. In the dark land they bide, the vengeful knights of the razor. Their deadly coil they grasp. Yea, and therein they lead to Erebus whatsoever wight hath done a deed of blood. For I will on no wise suffer it. Even so, saith the Lord. So they started talking about capital punishment. And of course Bloom comes out with the why and the wherefore and all the codology of the business and the old dog smelling him all the time. I'm told those Jewies does have a sort of a queer odor coming off them for dogs. About, I don't know what all, deterrent effect and so forth and so on. There's one thing it hasn't a deterrent effect on, says Alf. What's that, says Joe. The poor bugger's tool that's being hanged, says Alf. That's so, says Joe. God's truth, says Alf. I heard that from the head warder that was in Kilmainham when they hanged Joe Brady, the Invincible. He told me when they cut him down after the drop, it was standing up in their faces like a poker. Ruling passion strong in death, says Joe, as someone said. That can be explained by science, says Bloom. It's only a natural phenomenon, don't you see, because on account of the... And then he starts with his jawbreakers about phenomenon and science and this phenomenon and the other phenomenon. The distinguished scientist, Herr Professor Leutpold Blumenduft, tendered medical evidence to the effect that the instantaneous fracture of the cervical vertebrae and consequent scission of the spinal cord would, according to the best approved traditions of medical science, be calculated to inevitably produce in the human subject a violent ganglionic stimulus of the nerve centers, causing the pores of the corpora cavernosa to rapidly dilate in such a way as to instantaneously facilitate the flow of blood to that part of the human anatomy known as the penis or male organ, resulting in the phenomenon which has been dominated by the faculty a morbid upwards and outwards philoprogenitive erection in articulo mortis per diminutionem capitis. So, of course, the citizen was only waiting for the wink of the word, and he starts gassing out of him about the Invincibles and the Old Guard and the men of 67, and who fears to speak of 98, and Joe with him about all the fellows that were hanged, drawn, and transported for the cause by drumhead court-martial, and a new Ireland, and new this, that, and the other. Talking about New Ireland, he ought to go and get a new dog, so he ought. Mangy, ravenous brute, sniffling and sneezing all around the place and scratching his scabs. And round he goes to Bob Doran that was standing alpha half one, sucking up for what he could get. So, of course, Bob Doran starts doing the bloody fool with him. Give us the paw, give the paw, doggy, good old doggy. Give us the paw here, give us the paw. Arrah, bloody end of the paw he'd paw. And out trying to keep him from tumbling off the bloody stool atop of the bloody old dog. And he talking all kinds of drivel about training by kindness and thoroughbred dog and intelligent dog. Give you the bloody pip. Then he starts scraping a few bits of old biscuit out of the bottom of a Jacob's tin he told Terry to bring. Gob, he golloped it down like old boots, and his tongue hanging out of him a yard long for more. Near ate the tin and all. Hungry bloody mongrel. And the citizen and Bloom having an argument about the point. The brothers Shears and Wolfe Tone beyond on Arbor Hill, and Robert Emmett and Die for Your Country, the Tommy Moore touch about Sarah Curran and She's Far from the Land, and Bloom, of course, with his knock-me-down cigar, putting on swank with his lardy face. Phenomenon. The fat heap he married is a nice old phenomenon, with a back on her like a ball alley. Time they were stopping up in the City Arms, Pisser Burke told me, there was an old one there with a cracked Lou de Ramon of a nephew, and Bloom trying to get the soft side of her, doing the mollycoddle, playing bezique to come in for a bit of the wampum in her will, and not eating meat of a Friday, because the old one was always thumping her craw, and taking the lout out for a walk. And one time he led him the rounds of Dublin, and by the holy farmer he never cried crack, till he brought him home as drunk as a boiled owl. And he said he did it to teach him the evils of alcohol. And by herrings if the three women didn't near roast him. It's a queer story, the old one, Bloom's wife and Mrs. O'Dowd that kept the hotel. Jesus, I had to laugh at Pisser Burke taking them off, chewing the fat, and Bloom with his, but don't you see it, but on the other hand. And sure, more betoken, the lout, I'm told, was in Powers after, the blenders round in Cope Street, going home footless in a cab 5 times in the week after drinking his way through all the samples in the bloody establishment. Phenomenon. The memory of the dead, says the citizen, taking up his pint glass and glaring at Bloom. Aye, aye, says Joe. You don't grasp my point, says Bloom. What I mean is, Sinn Féin, says the citizen. Sinn Féin awoin. The friends we love are by our side, and the foes we hate before us. The last farewell was affecting in the extreme. From the belfries far and near, the funereal death bell tolled unceasingly, while all around the gloomy precincts rolled the ominous warning of 100 muffled drums, punctuated by the hollow booming of pieces of ordnance. The deafening claps of thunder and the dazzling flashes of lightning which lit up the ghastly scene testified that the artillery of heaven had lent its supernatural pomp to the already gruesome spectacle. A torrential rain poured down from the floodgates of the angry heavens upon the bared heads of the assembled multitude, which numbered, at the lowest computation, 500,000 persons. A posse of Dublin Metropolitan Police, superintended by the Chief Commissioner in person, maintained order in the vast throng, for whom the York Street Brass and Reed Band whiled away the intervening time by admirably rendering on their black-draped instruments the matchless melody endeared to us from the cradle by Speranza's plaintive muse. Special quick excursion trains and upholstered charabancs had been provided for the comfort of our country cousins, of whom there were large contingents. Considerable amusement was caused by the favorite Dublin street singers L.N.H.N. and M.LL.G.N, who sang The Night Before Larry Was Stretched in their usual mirth-provoking fashion. Our two inimitable drolls did a roaring trade with their broadsheets among lovers of the comedy element, and nobody who has a corner in his heart for real Irish fun without vulgarity will grudge them their hard-earned pennies. The children of the male and female foundling hospital who thronged the windows overlooking the scene were delighted with this unexpected addition to the day's entertainment, and a word of praise is due to the Little Sisters of the Poor for their excellent idea of affording the poor, fatherless, and motherless children a genuinely instructive treat. The vice-regal house party, which included many well-known ladies, was chaperoned by their excellencies to the most favorable positions on the grandstand, while the picturesque foreign delegation known as the Friends of the Emerald Isle was accommodated on a tribune directly opposite. The delegation, present in full force, consisted of Commendatore Bacibaci Benino Benone, the semi-paralyzed doyen of the party, who had to be assisted to his seat by the aid of a powerful steam crane, Monsieur Pierre-Paul Petit-Épatant, the Grand Joker Vladimir Pocket-Handkerchief, the Arch-Joker Leopold Rudolf von Schwanzenbad Hotenthaler, Countess Mara Viraga Kisassoni Putrapasti, Hiram Y. Bumboost, Count Athanatos Karamelopoulos, Ali Baba Bakshish Rahat Lukum Effendi, Señor Hidalgo Caballero Don Pecadillo y Palabras y Paternoster de la Malora de la Malaria, Hokopoco Harakiri, Hai Hung Chang, Olaf Kaber-Ketelsen, Mynheer Trick van Trumps, Pan Polax Padiriski, Guspon Perhulkstre Kratchina Britjisic, Herr Hochhausdirektor-Präsident Hans Höchli Steuerli, Nationalgymnasium Museum Sanatorium and Suspensoriums Ordinary Privatdozent Generalhistory Special Professor Dr. Kriegfried Überallgemein. All the delegates of the Friends of the Emerald Isle, without exception, expressed themselves in the strongest possible heterogeneous terms concerning the nameless barbarity which they had been called upon to witness. An animated altercation, in which all took part, ensued among FOTEI as to whether the 8th or the 9th of March was the correct date of the birth of Ireland's patron saint. In the course of the argument, cannonballs, scimitars, boomerangs, blunderbusses, stink pots, meat choppers, umbrellas, catapults, knuckle dusters, sandbags, lumps of pig iron were resorted to, and blows were freely exchanged. The baby policeman, Constable McFadden, summoned by special courier from Booterstown, quickly restored order, and with lightning promptitude proposed the 17th of the month as a solution equally honorable for both contending parties. The ready-witted nine-footer's suggestion at once appealed to all and was unanimously accepted. Constable McFadden was heartily congratulated by all the FOTEI, several of whom were bleeding profusely. Commendatore Benino Benone, having been extricated from underneath the presidential armchair, it was explained by his legal adviser, Avvocato Pagamimi, that the various articles secreted in his 32 pockets had been abstracted by him during the affray from the pockets of his junior colleagues in the hope of bringing them to their senses. The objects, which included several hundred ladies' and gentlemen's gold and silver watches, were promptly restored to their rightful owners, and general harmony reigned supreme. Quietly, unassumingly, Rumbold stepped onto the scaffold in faultless morning dress and wearing his favorite flower, the gladiolus cruentus. He announced his presence by that gentle Rumboldian cough which so many have tried, unsuccessfully, to imitate, short, painstaking, yet withal so characteristic of the man. The arrival of the world-renowned headsman was greeted by a roar of acclamation from the huge concourse, the vice-regal ladies waving their handkerchiefs in their excitement, while the even more excitable foreign delegates cheered vociferously in a medley of cries, Hoch, Banzai, Eljen, Živio, Chin-Chin, Polachronia, Hip, Hip, Vive, Allah, amid which the ringing Eviva of the delegate of the land of song, a high double F, recalling those piercingly lovely notes with which the eunuch Catalani beglamored our great-great-grandmothers, was easily distinguishable. It was exactly 17 o'clock. The signal for prayer was then promptly given by megaphone, and in an instant all heads were bared. The Commendatore's patriarchal sombrero, which has been in the possession of his family since the Revolution of Rienzi, being removed by his medical adviser in attendance, Dr. Pipi. The learned prelate who administered the last comforts of holy religion to the hero-martyr when about to pay the death penalty, knelt in a most Christian spirit in a pool of rainwater, his cassock above his hoary head, and offered up to the throne of grace fervent prayers of supplication. Hard by the block stood the grim figure of the executioner, his visage being concealed in a 10-gallon pot with 2 circular perforated apertures through which his eyes glowered furiously. As he awaited the fatal signal, he tested the edge of his horrible weapon by honing it upon his brawny forearm, or decapitated in rapid succession a flock of sheep which had been provided by the admirers of his fell but necessary office. On a handsome mahogany table near him were neatly arranged the quartering knife, the various finely tempered disemboweling appliances, specially supplied by the world-famous firm of cutlers Messrs. John Round and Sons, Sheffield, a terracotta saucepan for the reception of the duodenum, colon, blind intestine, and appendix, etc., when successfully extracted, and 2 commodious milk jugs destined to receive the most precious blood of the most precious victim. The house steward of the Amalgamated Cats and Dogs Home was in attendance to convey these vessels when replenished to that beneficent institution. Quite an excellent repast, consisting of rashers and eggs, fried steak and onions done to a nicety, delicious hot breakfast rolls and invigorating tea, had been considerately provided by the authorities for the consumption of the central figure of the tragedy, who was in capital spirits when prepared for death, and evinced the keenest interest in the proceedings from beginning to end. But he, with an abnegation rare in these our times, rose nobly to the occasion, and expressed the dying wish, immediately acceded to, that the meal should be divided in adequate parts among the members of the Sick and Indigent Roomkeepers' Association as a token of his regard and esteem. The neck and non plus ultra of emotion were reached when the blushing bride-elect burst her way through the serried ranks of the bystanders and flung herself upon the muscular bosom of him who was about to be launched into eternity for her sake. The hero folded her willowy form in a loving embrace, murmuring fondly, "Sheila, my own." Encouraged by this use of her Christian name, she kissed passionately all the various suitable areas of his person which the decencies of prison garb permitted her ardor to reach. She swore to him as they mingled the salt streams of their tears that she would cherish his memory, that she would never forget her hero boy who went to his death with a song on his lips as if he were but going to a hurling match in Clonturk Park. She brought back to his recollection the happy days of blissful childhood together on the banks of Anna Liffey, when they had indulged in the innocent pastimes of the young, and oblivious of the dreadful present, they both laughed heartily, all the spectators, including the venerable pastor, joining in the general merriment. That monster audience simply rocked with delight. But anon they were overcome with grief and clasped their hands for the last time. A fresh torrent of tears burst from their lachrymal ducts, and the vast concourse of people, touched to the inmost core, broke into heart-rending sobs, not the least affected being the aged prebendary himself. Big, strong men, officers of the peace and genial giants of the Royal Irish Constabulary, were making frank use of their handkerchiefs, and it is safe to say that there was not a dry eye in that record assemblage. A most romantic incident occurred when a handsome young Oxford graduate, noted for his chivalry towards the fair sex, stepped forward and, presenting his visiting card, bank book, and genealogical tree, solicited the hand of the hapless young lady, requesting her to name the day, and was accepted on the spot. Every lady in the audience was presented with a tasteful souvenir of the occasion in the shape of a skull and crossbones brooch, a timely and generous act which evoked a fresh outburst of emotion. And when the gallant young Oxonian, the bearer, by the way, of one of the most time-honored names in Albion's history, placed on the finger of his blushing fiancée an expensive engagement ring with emeralds set in the form of a four-leaved shamrock, excitement knew no bounds. Nay, even the stern Provost Marshal, Lieutenant Colonel Tomkin Maxwell French Mullen Tomlinson, who presided on the sad occasion, he who had blown a considerable number of sepoys from the cannon mouth without flinching, could not now restrain his natural emotion. With his mailed gauntlet, he brushed away a furtive tear, and was overheard by those privileged burghers who happened to be in his immediate entourage to murmur to himself, in a faltering undertone, God blimey if she ain't a clinker, that there bleeding tart. Blimey, it makes me kind of bleeding cry straight, it does, when I sees her, 'cause I thinks of my old mash tub what's waiting for me down Limehouse way. So then the citizen begins talking about the Irish language and the corporation meeting and all to that, and the Shawneens that can't speak their own language, and Joe chipping in because he stuck someone for a quid, and Bloom putting in his old goo with his tuppenny stump that he cadged off Joe, and talking about the Gaelic League and the Anti-Treating League, and drink the curse of Ireland. Anti-treating is about the size of it. Gob, he'd let you pour all manner of drink down his throat till the Lord would call him before you'd ever see the froth of his pint. And one night, I went in with a fella into one of their musical evenings, song and dance about she could get up on a truss of hay, she could, my Maureen lay. And there was a fella with a ballyhooly blue ribbon badge spiffing out of him in Irish, and a lot of Colleen Bournes going about with temperance beverages and selling medals and oranges and lemonade, and a few old dry buns. Gob, flahool entertainment, don't be talking. Ireland sober is Ireland free. And then an old fella starts blowing into his bagpipes, and all the gougers shuffling their feet to the tune the old cow died of. And one or two sky pilots having an eye around that there was no goings-on with the females hitting below the belt. So, however, as I was saying, the old dog, seeing the tin was empty, starts mousing around by Joe and me. I'd train him by kindness, so I would if he was my dog. Give him a rousing fine kick now and again where it wouldn't blind him. "Afraid he'll bite you?" says the citizen, sneering. "No," says I, "but he might take me leg for a lamppost." So he calls the old dog over. "What's on you, Gary?" says he. Then he starts hauling and mauling and talking to him in Irish, and the old cows are growling, letting on to answer like a duet in the opera. Such growling you never heard as they let off between them. Someone that has nothing better to do ought to write a letter pro bono publico to the papers about the muzzling order for a dog the like of that. Growling and grousing, and his eye all bloodshot from the drought is in it, and the hydrophobia dropping out of his jaws. All those who are interested in the spread of human culture among the lower animals, and their name is legion, should make a point of not missing the really marvelous exhibition of synanthropy given by the famous old Irish red wolf dog setter, formerly known by the sobriquet of Gary Owen, and recently rechristened by his large circle of friends and acquaintances, Owen Gary. The exhibition, which is the result of years of training by kindness and a carefully thought-out dietary system, comprises, among other achievements, the recitation of verse. Our greatest living phonetic expert, wild horses shall not drag it from us, has left no stone unturned in his efforts to delucidate and compare the verse recited, and has found it bears a striking resemblance, the italics are ours, to the rhymes of ancient Celtic bards. We are not speaking so much of those delightful love songs with which the writer who conceals his identity under the graceful pseudonym of the Little Sweet Branch has familiarized the book-loving world, but rather, as a contributor, D.O.C. points out in an interesting communication published by an evening contemporary, of the harsher and more personal note which is found in the satirical effusions of the famous Raftery and of Donald McConsidine, to say nothing of a more modern lyrist at present very much in the public eye. We subjoin a specimen which has been rendered into English by an eminent scholar, whose name for the moment we are not at liberty to disclose, though we believe our readers will find the topical allusion rather more than an indication. The metrical system of the canine original, which recalls the intricate alliterative and isosyllabic rules of the Welsh Englyn, is infinitely more complicated, but we believe our readers will agree that the spirit has been well caught. Perhaps it should be added that the effect is greatly increased if Owen's verse be spoken somewhat slowly and indistinctly, in a tone suggestive of suppressed rancor. The curse of my curses, 7 days every day, and 7 dry Thursdays on you, Barney Kiernan, has no sup of water to cool my courage and my guts red roaring after Lowry's lights. So he told Terry to bring some water for the dog, and gob, you could hear him lapping it up a mile off. And Joe asked him would he have another. I will, says he, ahara, to show there's no ill feeling. Gob, he's not as green as he's cabbage-looking, arsing around from one pub to another, leaving it to your own honour, with old Giltrap's dog, and getting fed up by the ratepayers and corporators. Entertainment for man and beast. And says Joe, can you make a hole in another pint? Could a swim duck, says I. Same again, Terry, says Joe. Are you sure you won't have anything in the way of liquid refreshment, says he. Thank you, no, says Bloom. As a matter of fact, I just wanted to meet Martin Cunningham, don't you see, about this insurance of poor Dignam's. Martin asked me to go to the house. You see, he, Dignam I mean, didn't serve any notice of the assignment on the company at the time, and nominally under the Act, the mortgagee can't recover on the policy. Holy wars, says Joe, laughing. That's a good one, if old Shylock is landed. So the wife comes out top dog, what? Well, that's a point, says Bloom, for the wife's admirers. Whose admirers, says Joe. The wife's advisers, I mean, says Bloom. Then he starts, all confused, mucking it up about the mortgager under the Act, like the Lord Chancellor giving it out on the bench, and for the benefit of the wife, and that a trust is created. But on the other hand, that Dignam owed Bridgman the money, and if now the wife or the widow contested the mortgagee's right, till he near had the head of me addled with his mortgager under the Act. He was bloody safe he wasn't running himself under the Act that time as a rogue and vagabond. Only had a friend in court, selling bazaar tickets, or what do you call it, a Royal Hungarian Privileged Lottery. True as you're there. Oh, commend me to an Israelite. Royal and Privileged Hungarian robbery. So Bob Doran comes lurching around asking Bloom to tell Mrs. Dignam he was sorry for her trouble, and he was very sorry about the funeral, and to tell her that he said, and everyone who knew him said, that there never was a truer, a finer than poor little Willie that's dead. To tell her, choking with bloody foolery, and shaking Bloom's hand, doing the tragic to tell her that. Shake hands, brother. You're a rogue and I'm another. Let me, said he, so far presume upon our acquaintance, which however slight it may appear if judged by the standard of mere time, is founded, as I hope and believe, on a sentiment of mutual esteem, as to request of you this favour. But should I have overstepped the limits of reserve, let the sincerity of my feelings be the excuse for my boldness. No, rejoined the other, I appreciate to the full the motives which actuate your conduct, and I shall discharge the office you entrust to me, consoled by the reflection that, though the errand be one of sorrow, this proof of your confidence sweetens in some measure the bitterness of the cup. Then suffer me to take your hand, said he. The goodness of your heart, I feel sure, will dictate to you better than my inadequate words the expressions which are most suitable to convey an emotion whose poignancy, were I to give vent to my feelings, would deprive me even of speech. And off with him and out, trying to walk straight. Boozed at 5 o'clock. Night he was near being lagged, only Paddy Leonard knew the bobby, 14A. Blind to the world up in a shebeen in Bride Street after closing time, fornicating with 2 shawls and a bully on guard, drinking porter out of teacups, and calling himself a Frenchie for the shawls, Joseph Manuel, and talking against the Catholic religion, and he serving Mass in Adam and Eve's when he was young, with his eyes shut, who wrote the New Testament and the Old Testament, and hugging and snugging, and the 2 shawls killed with the laughing, picking his pockets, the bloody fool, and he spilling the porter all over the bed, and the 2 shawls screeching, laughing at one another. How's your Testament? Have you got an Old Testament? Only Paddy was passing there, I tell you what. Then see him of a Sunday, with his little concubine of a wife, and she wagging her tail up the aisle of the chapel, with her patent boots on her, no less, and her violets nice as pie, doing the little lady. Jack Moon, his sister, and the old prostitute of a mother procuring rooms to street couples. Gob, Jack made him toe the line. Told him if he didn't patch up the pot, Jesus, he'd kick the shite out of him. So Terry brought the 3 pints. Here, says Joe, doing the honors. Here, citizen. Sloin lap, says he. Fortune, Joe says. Good health, citizen. Gob, he had his mouth halfway down the tumbler already. Want a small fortune to keep him in drinks. Who's the long fellow running for the mayoralty, Alf, says Joe. Friend of yours, says Alf. Nanan, says Joe, the member? I won't mention any names, says Alf. I thought so, says Joe. I saw him up at that meeting now with William Field, MP, the cattle traders. Here Iopus, says the citizen, that exploded volcano, the darling of all countries and the idol of his own. So Joe starts telling the citizen about the foot and mouth disease and the cattle traders and taking action in the matter, and the citizen sending them all to the right about, and Bloom coming out with his sheep dip for the scab and a who's drench for coughing calves, and the guaranteed remedy for timber tongue, because he was up one time in a knacker's yard, walking about with his book and pencil, here's my head and my heels are coming, till Joe Cuff gave him the order of the boot for giving lip to a grazier, Mr. Know-all. Teach your grandmother how to milk ducks. Pisser Burke was telling me in the hotel the wife used to be in rivers of tears sometimes, with Mrs. O'Dowd crying her eyes out with her 8 inches of fat all over her. Couldn't loosen her farting strings, but old Cod's eye was waltzing around her, showing her how to do it. What's your program today? Aye, humane methods. Because the poor animals suffer, and experts say, and the best-known remedy that doesn't cause pain to the animal, and on the sore spot administered gently. Gob, he'd have a soft hand under a hen. Ga-ga-ga-ra, cluck, cluck, cluck. Black Liz is our hen. She lays eggs for us. When she lays her egg, she is so glad. Ga-ra, cluck, cluck, cluck. Then comes good Uncle Leo. He puts his hand under Black Liz and takes her fresh egg. Ga-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga-ra, cluck, cluck, cluck. Anyhow, says Joe, Field and Nannetti are going over tonight to London to ask about it on the floor of the House of Commons. Are you sure, says Bloom, the councillor is going? I wanted to see him as it happens. Well, he's going off by the mail boat, says Joe, tonight. It's too bad, says Bloom. I wanted particularly. Perhaps only Mr. Field is going. I couldn't phone, no. You're sure? Nanan's going too, says Joe. The League told him to ask a question tomorrow about the Commissioner of Police forbidding Irish games in the park. What do you think of that, citizen? The Slua na Heron. Mr. Cow Conacher, Multifornum, National. Arising out of the question of my honourable friend, the member for Shillelagh, may I ask the right honourable gentleman whether the government has issued orders that these animals shall be slaughtered, though no medical evidence is forthcoming as to their pathological condition? Mr. Allfours, Tam O'Shant, Conservative. Honourable members are already in possession of the evidence produced before a committee of the whole House. I feel I cannot usefully add anything to that. The answer to the honourable member's question is in the affirmative. Mr. O'Reilly, Montagnot, National. Have similar orders been issued for the slaughter of human animals who dare to play Irish games in the Phoenix Park? Mr. Allfours. The answer is in the negative. Mr. Cow Conacher. Has the right honourable gentleman's famous Mitchellstown telegram inspired the policy of gentlemen on the Treasury bench? Oh. Mr. Allfours. I must have notice of that question. Mr. Stalewit, Buncombe, Independent. Don't hesitate to shoot. Ironical opposition cheers. The Speaker. Order, order. The House rises. Cheers. There's the man, says Joe, that made the Gaelic sports revival. There he is, sitting there, the man that got away James Stephens, the champion of all Ireland at putting the 16-pound shot. What was your best throw, citizen? Na bocklish, says the citizen, letting on to be modest. There was a time I was as good as the next fella anyhow. Put it there, citizen, says Joe. You were, and a bloody sight better. Is that really a fact, says Alf. Yes, says Bloom. That's well known. Do you not know that? So off they started about Irish sport and Shoneen games, the like of the lawn tennis, and about Hurley and putting the stone, and Racy of the soil and building up a nation once again and all of that. And of course, Bloom had to have his say too about if a fella had a rower's heart, violent exercise was bad. I declare to my antimacassar, if you took up a straw from the bloody floor, and if you said to Bloom, look at Bloom, do you see that straw? That's a straw. Declare to my aunt, he'd talk about it for an hour, so he would, and talk steady. A most interesting discussion took place in the ancient hall of Brian O'Kiernan's in Sroyd na Breton Biog, under the auspices of Slua na Heron, on the revival of ancient Gaelic sports and the importance of physical culture as understood in ancient Greece and ancient Rome and ancient Ireland for the development of the race. The venerable president of this noble order was in the chair, and the attendance was of large dimensions. After an instructive discourse by the chairman, a magnificent oration eloquently and forcibly expressed, a most interesting and instructive discussion of the usual high standard of excellence ensued as to the desirability of the revivability of the ancient games and sports of our ancient pan-Celtic forefathers. The well-known and highly respected worker in the cause of our old tongue, Mr. Joseph McCarthy Hines, made an eloquent appeal for the resuscitation of the ancient Gaelic sports and pastimes practiced morning and evening by Finn MacCool, as calculated to revive the best traditions of manly strength and power handed down to us from ancient ages. L. Bloom, who met with a mixed reception of applause and hisses, having espoused the negative, the vocalist chairman brought the discussion to a close in response to repeated requests and hearty plaudits from all parts of a bumper house by a remarkably noteworthy rendering of the immortal Thomas Osborne Davis's evergreen verses, happily too familiar to need recalling here, "A Nation Once Again," in the execution of which the veteran patriot champion may be said without fear of contradiction to have fairly excelled himself. The Irish Caruso Garibaldi was in superlative form, and his stentorian notes were heard to the greatest advantage in the time-honored anthem sung as only our citizen can sing it. His superb high-class vocalism, which by its super quality greatly enhanced his already international reputation, was vociferously applauded by the large audience, amongst which were to be noticed many prominent members of the clergy, as well as representatives of the press and the bar and the other learned professions. The proceedings then terminated. Amongst the clergy present were the Very Reverend William Delaney, S.J., LL.D., the Right Reverend Gerald Malloy, D.D., the Reverend P.J. Kavanaugh, C.S.S.P., the Reverend T. Walters, C.C., the Reverend John M. Ivers, P.P., the Reverend P.J. Cleary, O.S.F., the Reverend L.J. Hickey, O.P., the Very Reverend Father Nicholas, O.S.F.C., the Very Reverend B. Gorman, O.D.C., the Reverend T. Marr, S.J., the Very Reverend James Murphy, S.J., the Reverend John Lavery, V.F., the Very Reverend William Doherty, D.D., the Reverend Peter Fagan, O.M., the Reverend T. Brangan, O.S.A., the Reverend J. Flavin, C.C., the Reverend M.A. Hackett, C.C., the Reverend W. Hurley, C.C., the Right Reverend Monsignor McManus, V.G., the Reverend B.R. Slattery, O.M.I., the Very Reverend M.D. Scally, P.P., the Reverend F.T. Purcell, O.P., the Very Reverend Timothy Cannon Gorman, P.P., the Reverend J. Flanagan, C.C. The laity included P. Fay, T. Quirk, etc., etc. "Talking about violent exercise," says Alf. "Were you at the Keogh Bennett match?" "No," says Joe. "I heard so-and-so made a cool 100 quid over it," says Alf. "Who, Blazes?" says Joe. And says Bloom, "What I meant about tennis, for example, is the agility and training of the eye." "Aye, Blazes," says Alf. "He let out that Myler was on the beer to run the odds, and he's swatting all the time." "We know him," says the citizen, "the traitor's son. We know what put English gold in his pocket." "True for you," says Joe. And Bloom cuts in again about lawn tennis and the circulation of the blood, asking Alf, "Now, don't you think, Bergen?" "Myler dusted the floor with him," says Alf. "Heenan and Sayers was only a bloody fool to it. Handed him the father and mother of a beating. See the little kipper not up to his navel and the big fella swiping. God, he gave him one last puck in the wind. Queensberry rules and all made him puke what he never ate." It was a historic and a hefty battle when Myler and Percy were scheduled to don the gloves for the purse of 50 sovereigns. Handicapped as he was by lack of poundage, Dublin's pet lamb made up for it by superlative skill in ringcraft. The final bout of fireworks was a grueling for both champions. The welterweight sergeant major had tapped some lively claret in the previous mix-up, during which Keogh had been receiver general of rights and lefts, the artilleryman putting in some neat work on the pet's nose, and Myler came on looking groggy. The soldier got to business, leading off with a powerful left jab, to which the Irish gladiator retaliated by shooting out a stiff one, flush to the point of Bennett's jaw. The redcoat ducked, but the Dubliner lifted him with a left hook, the body punch being a fine one. The men came to handy grips. Myler quickly became busy and got his man under, the bout ending with the bulkier man on the ropes, Myler punishing him. The Englishman, whose right eye was nearly closed, took his corner where he was liberally drenched with water, and when the bell went, came on gamey and brimful of pluck, confident of knocking out the fistic Eblanite in jig time. It was a fight to a finish, and the best man fought it. The two fought like tigers, and excitement ran fever high. The referee twice cautioned Pucking Percy for holding, but the pet was tricky and his footwork a treat to watch. After a brisk exchange of courtesies, during which a smart uppercut of the military man brought blood freely from his opponent's mouth, the Lamb suddenly waded in all over his man and landed a terrific left to battling Bennett's stomach, flooring him flat. It was a knockout, clean and clever. Amid tense expectation, the Portobello bruiser was being counted out when Bennett's second, old Fotz Wetstein, threw in the towel, and the Santry boy was declared victor to the frenzied cheers of the public, who broke through the ring ropes and fairly mobbed him with delight. "He knows which side his bread is buttered," says Alf. "I hear he's running a concert tour now up in the north." "He is," says Joe. "Isn't he?" "Who?" says Bloom. Yes, that's quite true. Yes, a kind of summer tour, you see, just a holiday." "Mrs. B is the bright particular star, isn't she?" says Joe. "My wife," says Bloom. "She's singing, yes. I think it will be a success, too. He's an excellent man to organize. Excellent." "Oh, begob," says I to myself, says I. "That explains the milk in the coconut and absence of hair on the animal's chest. Blazes doing the tootle on the flute. Concert tour. Dirty Dan the Dodger's son, off-island bridge, that sold the same horses twice over to the government to fight the Boers. Old what? I called about the poor and water rate, Mr. Boylan. You what? The water rate, Mr. Boylan. You what? That's the bucko that'll organizer take my tip, twixt me and you, Cadarish. Pride of Kelpie's rocky mount, the raven-haired daughter of Tweedy. There grew she to peerless beauty, where loquat and almond scent the air. The gardens of Alameda knew her step, the garths of olives knew and bowed. The chaste spouse of Leopold is she, Marion of the bountiful bosoms. And lo, there entered one of the clan of the O'Malloys, a comely hero of white face, yet withal somewhat ruddy, his Majesty's counsel learned in the law, and with him the prince and heir of the noble line of Lambert. "Hello, Ned. Hello, Alf. Hello, Jack. Hello, Joe." "God save you," says the citizen. "Save you kindly," says J.J. "What'll it be, Ned?" "Half one," says Ned. So J.J. ordered the drinks. "Were you around at the court?" says Joe. "Yes," says J.J. "He'll square that, Ned," says he. "Hope so," says Ned. Now, what were those two at? J.J. getting him off the grand jury list, and the other give him a leg over the stile, with his name in Stubbs's. Playing cards, hobnobbing with flash tops with a swank glass in their eye, drinking fizz, and he half smothered in Ritz and garnishy orders, pawning his gold watch in Cummins of Francis Street, where no one would know him, in the private office, when I was there with Pisser, releasing his boots out of the pop. "What's your name, sir?" "Dunn," says he. "Aye, and Dunn," says I. "Gob, you'll come home by Weeping Cross one of these days, I'm thinking." "Did you see that bloody lunatic Breen round there?" says Alf. "U.P. up?" "Yes," says J.J., "looking for a private detective." "Aye," says Ned, "and he wanted right go wrong to address the court, only Corny Kelleher got round him, telling him to get the handwriting examined first." £10,000, says Alf, laughing. "God, I'd give anything to hear him before a judge and jury." "Was it you did it, Alf?" says Joe. "The truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help you, Jimmy Johnson." "Me?" says Alf. "Don't cast your nasturtiums on my character." "Whatever statement you make," says Joe, "will be taken down in evidence against you." "Of course an action would lie," says J.J. "It implies that he is not compos mentis. U.P. up." "Compos your eye," says Alf, laughing. "Do you know that he's balmy? Look at his head. Do you know that some mornings he has to get his hat on with a shoehorn?" "Yes," says J.J., "but the truth of a libel is no defense to an indictment for publishing it in the eyes of the law. Ha ha, Alf, says Joe. Still, says Bloom, on account of the poor woman, I mean his wife. Pity about her, says the citizen, or any other woman marries a half and half. How half and half, says Bloom. Do you mean he... Half and half, I mean, says the citizen. A fella that's neither fish nor flesh. A good red herring, says Joe. That's what I mean, says the citizen. A pishogue, if you know what that is. Begob, I saw there was trouble coming. And Bloom explained he meant on account of it being cruel for the wife having to go round after the old stuttering fool. Cruelty to animals, so it is, to let that bloody, poverty-stricken Breen out on grass with his beard out tripping him, bringing down the rain, and she with her nose cock-a-hoop after she married him, because a cousin of his old fellow's was pew-opener to the Pope. Picture of him on the wall, with his smash-all Sweeney's moustaches. The Signor Brini from Summerhill, the Italiano, papal zouave to the Holy Father, has left the quay and gone to Moss Street. And who was he, tell us? A nobody. 2 pair back and passages at 7 shillings a week, and he covered with all kinds of breastplates, bidding defiance to the world. And moreover, says J.J., a postcard is publication. It was held to be sufficient evidence of malice in the test case Sadgrove versus Hole. In my opinion, an action might lie. 6 and 8pence, please. Who wants your opinion? Let us drink our pints in peace. God, we won't be let even do that much itself. Well, good health, Jack, says Ned. Good health, Ned, says J.J. There he is again, says Joe. Where, says Alf. And begob, there he was, passing the door with his books under his oxter and the wife beside him, and Corny Kelleher, with his wall-eye looking in as they went past, talking to him like a father, trying to sell him a second-hand coffin. How did that Canada swindle case go off, says Joe. Remanded, says J.J. One of the bottle-nosed fraternity it was, went by the name of James Watt, alias Sapphiro, alias Spark, and Spyro, put an ad in the papers saying he'd give a passage to Canada for 20 bob. What? Do you see any green in the white of my eye? Of course it was a bloody Barney. What? Swindled them all, skivvies and bad hacks from the county Meath. Aye, and his own kidney, too. J.J. was telling us there was an ancient Hebrew Zaretsky or something weeping in the witness box with his hat on him, swearing by the holy Moses he was stuck for 2 quid. Who tried the case, says Joe. Recorder, says Ned. Poor old Sir Frederick, says Alf. You can cod him up to the 2 eyes. Heart as big as a lion, says Ned. Tell him a tale of woe about arrears of rent and a sick wife and a squad of kids, and faith, he'll dissolve in tears on the bench. Aye, says Alf. Reuben J. was bloody lucky he didn't clap him in the dock the other day for suing poor little Gumley that's minding stones for the corporation there near Butt Bridge. And he starts taking off the old recorder, letting on to cry. A most scandalous thing. This poor, hard-working man. How many children? 10, did you say? Yes, your worship. And my wife has the typhoid. And a wife with typhoid fever. Scandalous. Leave the court immediately, sir. No, sir, I'll make no order for payment. How dare you, sir, come up before me and ask me to make an order? A poor, hard-working, industrious man. I dismiss the case. And whereas on the 16th day of the month of the ox-eyed goddess, and in the 3rd week after the feast day of the Holy and Undivided Trinity, the daughter of the skies, the virgin moon, being then in her 1st quarter, it came to pass that those learned judges repaired them to the halls of law. There Master Courtenay, sitting in his own chamber, gave his rede, and Master Justice Andrews, sitting without a jury in the probate court, weighed well and pondered the claims of the first chargeant upon the property in the matter of the will propounded and final testamentary disposition in the real and personal estate of the late lamented Jacob Halliday Vintner, deceased, versus Livingston, an infant of unsound mind, and another. And to the solemn court of Green Street there came Sir Frederick the Falconer, and he sat him there about the hour of 5 o'clock, to administer the law of the Brehons at the commission for all that and those parts to be holden in and for the county of the city of Dublin. And there sat with him the high Synhedrim of the 12 tribes of Eir, for every tribe 1 man, of the tribe of Patrick, and of the tribe of Hugh, and of the tribe of Owen, and of the tribe of Con, and of the tribe of Oscar, and of the tribe of Fergus, and of the tribe of Finn, and of the tribe of Dermot, and of the tribe of Cormac, and of the tribe of Kevin, and of the tribe of Kilty, and of the tribe of Ossian, there being in all 12 good men and true. And he conjured them by him who died on rood, that they should well and truly try, and true deliverance make, in the issue joined between their sovereign lord the king and the prisoner at the bar, and true verdict give according to the evidence, so help them God, and kiss the books. And they rose in their seats, those 12 of ear, and they swore by the name of him who is from everlasting, that they would do his right wiseness. And straightway the minions of the law led forth from their dungeon keep one whom the sleuth hounds of justice had apprehended in consequence of information received. And they shackled him hand and foot, and would take of him ne bail ne main prize, but preferred a charge against him, for he was a malefactor. "Those are nice things," says the citizen, "coming over here to Ireland, filling the country with bugs." So Bloom lets on he heard nothing, and he starts talking with Joe, telling him he needn't trouble about that little matter till the first.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
But if he would just say a word to Mr. Crawford, and so Joe swore high and holy by this and by that, he'd do the devil and all. "Because, you see," says Bloom, "for an advertisement you must have repetition. That's the whole secret." "Rely on me," says Joe. "Swindling the peasants," says the citizen, "and the poor of Ireland. We want no more strangers in our house." "Oh, I'm sure that will be all right, Hines," says Bloom. "It's just that keys, you see." "Consider that done," says Joe. "Very kind of you," says Bloom. "The strangers," says the citizen, "our own fault. We let them come in. We brought them. The adulteress and her paramour brought the Saxon robbers here." "Decree nisi," says J.J. And Bloom, letting on to be awfully deeply interested in nothing, a spider's web in the corner behind the barrel, and the citizen scowling after him, and the old dog at his feet looking up to know who to bite and when. "A dishonored wife," says the citizen. "That's what's the cause of all our misfortunes." "And here she is," says Alf, that was giggling over the Police Gazette with Terry on the counter, "in all her war paint." "Give us a squint at her," says I. And what was it? Only one of the smutty Yankee pictures Terry borrows off of Corny Kelleher. Secrets for enlarging your private parts. Misconduct of society belle. Norman W. Tupper, wealthy Chicago contractor, finds pretty but faithless wife in lap of Officer Taylor. Belle in her bloomers misconducting herself, and her fancy man feeling for her tickles, and Norman W. Tupper bouncing in with his pea-shooter just in time to be late, after she doing the trick of the loop with Officer Taylor. "Oh, Jakers, Jenny," says Joe, "how short your shirt is." "There's hair, Joe," says I. "Get a queer old tail end of corned beef off that one, what?" So anyhow, in came John Wise Nolan and Lenehan with him, with a face on him as long as a late breakfast. "Well," says the citizen, "what's the latest from the scene of action? What did those tinkers in the City Hall at their caucus meeting decide about the Irish language?" O'Nolan, clad in shining armour, low bending, made obeisance to the puissant and high and mighty chief of all Erin, and did him to wit of that which had befallen, how that the grave elders of the most obedient city, second of the realm, had met them in the Tolsel, and there, after due prayers to the gods who dwell in ether supernal, had taken solemn counsel, whereby they might, if so be it might be, bring once more into honour among mortal men the winged speech of the sea-divided gale. "It's on the march," says the citizen. "To hell with the bloody brutal Sassenachs and their patois." So J.J. puts in a word, doing the toff about one story was good till you heard another, and blinking facts, and the Nelson policy, putting your blind eye to the telescope, and drawing up a bill of attainder to impeach a nation, and Bloom trying to back him up, moderation and botheration, and their colonies and their civilization. "Their civilization, you mean," says the citizen. "To hell with 'em." The curse of good-for-nothing God lights sideways on the bloody thick-lugged sons of whores gets. No music and no art and no literature worthy of the name. Any civilization they have, they stole from us. Tongue-tied sons of bastards' ghosts. The European family, says J.J. They're not European, says the citizen. I was in Europe with Kevin Egan of Paris. You wouldn't see a trace of them or their language anywhere in Europe except in a cabinet des anges. And says John Wise, full many a flower is born to blush unseen. And says Lenehan, that knows a bit of the lingo, conspuez les Anglais, perfide Albion. He said, and then lifted he in his rude, great, brawny, strengthy hands the meader of dark, strong, foamy ale, and uttering his tribal slogan, Love Diaragaboo, he drank to the undoing of his foes, a race of mighty valorous heroes, rulers of the waves, who sit on thrones of alabaster, silent as the deathless gods. What's up with you, says I to Lenehan. You look like a fellow that had lost a bob and found a tanner. Gold Cup, says he. Who won, Mr. Lenehan, says Terry. Throw away, says he, at 20-1, a rank outsider, and the rest nowhere. And Bass's mare, says Terry. Still running, says he. We're all in a cart. Boylan plunged 2 quid on my tip, scepter, for himself and a lady friend. I had half a crown myself, says Terry, on Zinfandel that Mr. Flynn gave me. Lord Howard de Walden's. 20-1, says Lenehan. Such is life in an outhouse. Throw away, says he. Takes the biscuit, and talking about bunions, frailty, thy name is scepter. So Lenehan went over to the biscuit tin Bob Doran left to see if there was anything he could lift on the nod. The old cur after him, backing his luck with his mangy snout up. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard. Not there, my child, says he. Keep your pecker up, says Joe. Throwaway would have won the money only for the other dog. And J.J. and the citizen arguing about law and history, with Bloom sticking in an odd word. Some people, says Bloom, can see the mote in others' eyes, but they can't see the beam in their own. Ramesh, says the citizen. There's no one as blind as the fellow that won't see, if you know what that means. Where are our missing 20 millions of Irish should be here today instead of 4? Our lost tribes, and our potteries and textiles, the finest in the whole world, and our wool that was sold in Rome in the time of Juvenal, and our flax and our damask from the looms of Antrim, and our Limerick lace, our tanneries, and our white flint glass down there by Ballybock, and our Huguenot poplin that we have since Jacquard de Lion, and our woven silk and our Foxford tweeds, and ivory raised point from the Carmelite convent in New Ross, nothing like it in the whole wide world. Where are the Greek merchants that came through the pillars of Hercules, the Gibraltar now grabbed by the foe of mankind, with gold and Tyrian purple to sell in Wexford at the fair of Carmen? Read Tacitus and Ptolemy, even Giraldus Cambrensis. Wine, peltries, Connemara marble, silver from Tipperary, second to none. Our far-famed horses even today, the Irish hobbies, with King Philip of Spain offering to pay customs duties for the right to fish in our waters. What do the Yellow Johns of Anglia owe us for our ruined trade and our ruined hearts? And the beds of the Barrow and Shannon they won't deepen with millions of acres of marsh and bog to make us all die of consumption. As treeless as Portugal will be soon, says John Wise, or Heligoland, with its 1 tree, if something is not done to reforest the land. Larches, firs, all the trees of the conifer family are going fast. I was reading a report of Lord Castletown's. Save them, says the citizen. The giant ash of Galway, and the chieftain elm of Kildare, with a 40-foot bole and an acre of foliage. Save the trees of Ireland for the future men of Ireland on the fair hills of Éire. Oh, Europe has its eyes on you, says Lenehan. The fashionable international world attended en masse this afternoon at the wedding of the Chevalier Jean Wise de Nolan, Grand High Chief Ranger of the Irish National Foresters, with Miss Fir Conifer of Pine Valley. Lady Sylvester Elmshade, Mrs. Barbara Lovebirch, Mrs. Paul Ash, Mrs. Holly Hazeleyes, Miss Daphne Bays, Miss Dorothy Canebrake, Mrs. Clyde Twelvetrees, Mrs. Rowan Green, Mrs. Helen Vinegadding, Miss Virginia Creeper, Miss Gladys Beach, Miss Olive Garth, Miss Blanche Maple, Mrs. Maud Mahogany, Miss Myra Myrtle, Miss Priscilla Elderflower, Miss B. Honeysuckle, Miss Grace Poplar, Miss O. Mimosa San, Miss Rachel Cedarfrond, the Misses Lillian and Viola Lilac, Miss Timidity Aspinall, Mrs. Kitty Dewey Moss, Miss May Hawthorne, Mrs. Gloriana Palm, Mrs. Leanna Forrest, Mrs. Arabella Blackwood, and Mrs. Norma Holyoke of Oakhome Regis graced the ceremony by their presence. The bride, who was given away by her father, the McConifer of the Glands, looked exquisitely charming in a creation carried out in green mercerized silk, molded on an underslip of gloaming gray, sashed with a yoke of broad emerald, and finished with a triple flounce of darker-hued fringe, the scheme being relieved by bretelles and hip insertions of acorn bronze. The maids of honor, Miss Larch Conifer and Miss Spruce Conifer, sisters of the bride, wore very becoming costumes in the same tone, a dainty motif of plume rose being worked into the pleats in a pinstripe, and repeated capriciously in the jade green toques in the form of heron feathers of pale-tinted coral. Senor Enrique Flor presided at the organ with his well-known ability, and in addition to the prescribed numbers of the nuptial mass, played a new and striking arrangement of Woodman Spare That Tree at the conclusion of the service. On leaving the church of St. Fiacre in Horto after the papal blessing, the happy pair was subjected to a playful crossfire of hazelnuts, beech-mast, bay leaves, catkins of willow, ivy-tod, holly berries, mistletoe sprigs, and quicken shoots. Mr. and Mrs. Wise Conifer Nolan will spend a quiet honeymoon in the Black Forest. "And our eyes are on Europe," says the citizen. "We had our trade with Spain and the French and with the Flemings before those mongrels were pupped. Spanish ale in Galway, the wine bark on the wine dark waterway." "And will again," says Joe. "And with the help of the Holy Mother of God, we will again," says the citizen, clapping his thigh. "Our harbours that are empty will be full again. Queenstown, Kinsale, Galway, Blacksod Bay, Ventry in the kingdom of Kerry, Killybegs, the third largest harbour in the wide world, with a fleet of masts of the Galway Lynches and the Cavan O'Reillys and the O'Kennedys of Dublin, when the Earl of Desmond could make a treaty with the Emperor Charles V himself. And will again," says he, "when the first Irish battleship is seen breasting the waves with her own flag to the fore. None of your Henry Tudor's harps, no. The oldest flag afloat, the flag of the province of Desmond and Thomond, 3 crowns on a blue field, the 3 sons of Milesius." And he took the last swig out of the pint, Moya. "All wind and piss like a tan-yard cat. Cows in Connaught have long horns. As much as his bloody life is worth to go down and address his tall talk to the assembled multitude in Shanna Golden, where he daren't show his nose, with the Molly Maguires looking for him to let daylight through him for grabbing the holding of an evicted tenant." "Hear, hear to that," says John Wise. "What will you have?" "An imperial yeomanry," says Lenehan, "to celebrate the occasion." "Half one, Terry," says John Wise, "and a hands up. Terry, are you asleep?" "Yes, sir," says Terry. "Small whiskey and bottle of Allsup." "Right, sir." Hanging over the bloody paper with Alf, looking for spicy bits instead of attending to the general public. Picture of a butting match, trying to crack their bloody skulls, one chap going for the other with his head down like a bull at a gate. And another one, Black Beast burned in Omaha, Georgia. A lot of Deadwood Dicks in slouch hats, and they firing at a Sambo strung up on a tree with his tongue out and a bonfire under him. God, they ought to drown him in the sea after, and electrocute and crucify him to make sure of their job. "But what about the fighting navy," says Ned, "that keeps our foes at bay?" "I'll tell you what about it," says the citizen. "Hell upon earth it is. Read the revelations that's going on in the papers about flogging on the training ships at Portsmouth. A fellow writes that calls himself Disgusted One. So he starts telling us about corporal punishment and about the crew of tars and officers and rear admirals drawn up in cocked hats, and the parson with his Protestant Bible to witness punishment, and a young lad brought out howling for his ma, and they tie him down on the butt end of a gun. "A rump and a dozen," says the citizen, was what that old ruffian Sir John Beresford called it. But the modern God's Englishman calls it caning on the breech. And says John Wise, "'Tis a custom more honoured in the breach than in the observance." Then he was telling us the master-at-arms comes along with a long cane, and he draws out, and he flogs the bloody backside off of the poor lad till he yells "Male a murder." "That's your glorious British Navy," says the citizen, "that bosses the earth. The fellas that never will be slaves, with the only hereditary chamber on the face of God's earth, and their land in the hands of a dozen game hogs and cotton-ball barons. That's the great empire they boast about, of drudges and whipped serfs, on which the sun never rises," says Joe. "And the tragedy of it is," says the citizen, "they believe it. The unfortunate yahoos believe it. They believe in Rod, the Scourger Almighty, creator of hell upon earth, and in Jackie Tar, the son of a gun, who was conceived of unholy boast, born of the fighting navy, suffered under rump and dozen, was scarified, flayed, and curried, yelled like bloody hell. The third day he arose again from the bed, steered into haven, sitteth on his beam end till further orders, whence he shall come to drudge for a living and be paid." "But," says Bloom, "isn't discipline the same everywhere? I mean, wouldn't it be the same here if you put force against force? Didn't I tell you, as true as I'm drinking this porter, if he was at his last gasp, he'd try to downface you that dying was living." "We'll put force against force," says the citizen. "We have our greater Ireland beyond the sea. They were driven out of house and home in the Black 47. Their mud cabins and their sheelings by the roadside were laid low by the battering ram. And the Times rubbed its hands and told the white-livered Saxons there would soon be as few Irish in Ireland as redskins in America. Even the Grand Turk sent us his piastres. But the Sassenach tried to starve the nation at home, while the land was full of crops that the British hyenas bought and sold in Rio de Janeiro. Aye, they drove out the peasants in hordes. 20,000 of them died in the coffin ships. But those that came to the land of the free remembered the land of bondage, and they will come again, and with a vengeance. No cravens, the sons of Granvale, the champions of Kathleen O'Houlihan." "Perfectly true," says Bloom, "but my point was—" "We're a long time waiting for that day, citizen," says Ned, "since the poor old woman told us that the French were on the sea and landed at Killala." "Aye," says John Wise, "we fought for the Royal Stuarts that reneged us against the Williamites, and they betrayed us. Remember Limerick and the broken treaty stone. We gave our best blood to France and Spain, the wild geese, Fontenoy, eh? And Sarsfield and O'Donnell, Duke of Tetuan in Spain, and Ulysses Brown of Camus that was Field Marshal to Maria Theresa. But what did we ever get for it?" "The French," says the citizen. "Set of dancing masters. Do you know what it is? They were never worth a roasted fart to Ireland. Aren't they trying to make an entente cordiale now at Tepes dinner party with perfidious Albion? Firebrands of Europe, and they always were." "Conspuez les Français," says Lenehan, nobbling his beer. "And as for the Prussians and the Hanoverians," says Joe, "haven't we had enough of those sausage-eating bastards on the throne, from George the Elector down to the German lad and the flatulent old bitch that's dead?" Jesus, I had to laugh at the way he came out with that about the old one with the winkers on her, blind drunk in a royal palace every night of God. Old Vic with her jorum of Mountain Dew, and her coachman carting her up body and bones to roll into bed, and she pulling him by the whiskers and singing him up old bits of songs about Erin on the Rhine and come where the booze is cheaper. "Well," says J.J., "we have Edward the Peacemaker now." "Tell that to a fool," says the citizen. "There's a bloody sight more pox than pax about that boyo, Edward Guelph Wetton." "And what do you think," says Joe, "of the holy boys, the priests and bishops of Ireland, doing up his room in Maynooth in his satanic majesty's racing colours, and sticking up pictures of all the horses his jockeys rode. The Earl of Dublin, no less. They ought to have stuck up all the women he rode himself, says little Alf, and says J.J., considerations of space influenced their lordships' decision. Will you try another, citizen, says Joe. Yes, sir, says he, I will. You, says Joe. Beholden to you, Joe, says I, may your shadow never grow less. Repeat that dose, says Joe. Bloom was talking and talking with John Wise, and he quite excited with his Dunduckety mud-coloured mug on him and his old plum eyes rolling about. Persecution, says he, all the history of the world is full of it, perpetuating national hatred among nations. But do you know what a nation means, says John Wise. Yes, says Bloom. What is it, says John Wise. A nation, says Bloom, a nation is the same people living in the same place. By God, then, says Ned, laughing, if that's so, I'm a nation, but I'm living in the same place for the past 5 years. So, of course, everyone had a laugh at Bloom, and says he, trying to muck out of it, or also living in different places. That covers my case, says Joe. What is your nation, if I may ask, says the citizen. Ireland, says Bloom. I was born here. Ireland. The citizen said nothing, only cleared the spit out of his gullet, and Gobby spat a red bank oyster out of him right in the corner. After you with a push, Joe, says he, taking out his handkerchief to swab himself dry. Here you are, citizen, says Joe. Take that in your right hand and repeat after me the following words. The much-treasured and intricately embroidered ancient Irish face-cloth attributed to Solomon of Droma and Manus Tumulta och MacDonough, authors of the Book of Ballymote, was then carefully produced and called forth prolonged admiration. No need to dwell on the legendary beauty of the corner pieces, the acme of art, wherein one can distinctly discern each of the four evangelists in turn presenting to each of the four masters his evangelical symbol, a bog oak scepter, a North American puma, a far nobler king of beasts than the British article, be it said in passing, a Kerry calf, and a golden eagle from Carantwa The scenes depicted on the emunctory field, showing our ancient duns and raths and cromlechs and grianons, and seats of learning and maledictive stones, are as wonderfully beautiful, and the pigments as delicate, as when the Sligo illuminators gave free rein to their artistic fantasy long, long ago in the time of the Barmecides. Glendalough, the lovely lakes of Killarney, the ruins of Clonmacnoise, Cong Abbey, Glen Ina, and the 12 Pins, Ireland's Eye, the green hills of Tollot, Crow Patrick, the brewery of Messrs. Arthur Guinness, Son and Company, Limited, Loch Ney's banks, the Vale of Avoca, Isolda's Tower, the Mappas Obelisk, Sir Patrick Dunn's Hospital, Cape Clear, the Glen of Aherlow, Lynch's Castle, the Scotch House, Rathdown Union Workhouse at Loughlinstown, Tullamore Jail, Castle Connell Rapids, Kilballymacshonaghill, the Cross at Monasterboice, Jury's Hotel, St. Patrick's Purgatory, the Salmon Leap, Maynooth College Refectory, Curley's Hole, the three birthplaces of the first Duke of Wellington, the Rock of Cashel, the Bog of Allen, the Henry Street Warehouse, Fingal's Cave. All these moving scenes are still there for us today, rendered more beautiful still by the waters of sorrow which have passed over them, and by the rich incrustations of time. Shove us over the drink, says I. Which is which? That's mine, says Joe, as the devil said to the dead policeman. And I belong to a race, too, says Bloom, that is hated and persecuted. Also now, this very moment, this very instant. Gob, he near burnt his fingers with the butt of his old cigar. Robbed, says he, plundered, insulted, persecuted, taking what belongs to us by right, at this very moment, says he, putting up his fist, sold by auction off in Morocco, like slaves or cattle. Are you talking about the New Jerusalem? Says the citizen. I'm talking about injustice, says Bloom. Right, says John Wise. Stand up to it then with force, like men. That's an almanac picture for you. Mark for a soft-nosed bullet. Old lardy face standing up to the business end of a gun. Gob, he'd adorn a sweeping brush, so he would if he only had a nurse's apron on him. And then he collapses all of a sudden, twisting around all the opposite as limp as a wet rag. But it's no use, says he. Force, hatred, history, all that. That's not life for men and women, insult and hatred. And everybody knows that it's the very opposite of that is really life. What? Says Alf. Love, says Bloom. I mean the opposite of hatred. I must go now, says he to John Wise, just round to the court a moment to see if Martin is there. If he comes, just say I'll be back in a second. Just a moment. Who's hindering you? And off he pops like greased lightning. A new apostle to the Gentiles, says the citizen. Universal love. Well, says John Wise, isn't that what we're told? Love your neighbors? That chap, says the citizen. Beggar my neighbor is his motto. Love, Moya. He's a nice pattern of a Romeo and Juliet. Love loves to love love. Nurse loves the new chemist. Constable 14A loves Mary Kelly. Gertie McDowell loves the boy that has the bicycle. M.B. loves a fair gentleman. Li Chi-Han, lovey up kissy cha-poo chow. Jumbo the elephant loves Alice the elephant. Old Mr. Verschoyle with the ear trumpet loves old Mrs. Verschoyle with the turned-in eye. The man in the brown mackintosh loves a lady who is dead. His Majesty the King loves Her Majesty the Queen. Mrs. Norman W. Tupper loves Officer Taylor. You love a certain person, and this person loves that other person, because everybody loves somebody, but God loves everybody. Well, Joe, says I, you're very good health and song. More power, citizen. Hurrah there, says Joe. The blessing of God and Mary and Patrick on you, says the citizen, and he ups with his pint to whet his whistle. We know those canters, says he, preaching and picking your pocket. What about sanctimonious Cromwell and his Ironsides that put the women and children of Drogheda to the sword with the Bible text, God is love, pasted round the mouth of his cannon? The Bible. Did you read that skit in the United Irishman today about that Zulu chief that's visiting England? What's that, says Joe. So the citizen takes up one of his paraphernalia papers and he starts reading out. A delegation of the chief cotton magnates of Manchester was presented yesterday to His Majesty the Alaki of Abeokuta by Gold Stick in Waiting, Lord Walkup-on-Eggs, to tender to His Majesty the heartfelt thanks of British traders for the facilities afforded them in his dominions. The delegation partook of luncheon, at the conclusion of which the dusky potentate, in the course of a happy speech, freely translated by the British chaplain, the Reverend Ananias Praise God Barebones, tendered his best thanks to Massa Walkup, and emphasized the cordial relations existing between Abeokuta and the British Empire, stating that he treasured as one of his dearest possessions an illuminated Bible, the volume of the Word of God and the secret of England's greatness, graciously presented to him by the white chief woman, the great squaw Victoria, with a personal dedication from the august hand of the royal donor. The Alaki then drank a loving cup of first shot Esquibor to the toast black and white, from the skull of his immediate predecessor in the dynasty, Kakachakachak, surnamed 40 Warts, after which he visited the chief factory of Cottonopolis and signed his mark in the visitor's book, subsequently executing an old Abeokutic war dance, in the course of which he swallowed several knives and forks amid hilarious applause from the girl hands. Widow woman, says Ned, I wouldn't doubt her. Wonder did he put that Bible to the same use as I would. Same, only more so, says Lenehan. And thereafter, in that fruitful land, the broad-leaved mango flourished exceedingly. Is that by Griffith? Says John Wise. No, says the citizen, it's not signed Shangana, it's only initialed P. And a very good initial, too, says Joe. That's how it's worked, says the citizen. Trade follows the flag. Well, says J.J., if they're any worse than those Belgians in the Congo Free State, they must be bad. Did you read that report by a man, what's this his name is? Casement, says the citizen. He's an Irishman. Yes, that's the man, says J.J., raping the women and girls and flogging the natives on the belly to squeeze all the red rubber they can out of them. I know where he's gone, says Lenehan, cracking his fingers. Who, says I. Bloom, says he. The courthouse is a blind. He had a few bob on throwaway, and he's gone to gather in the shekels. Is it that white-eyed Kaffir, says the citizen, that never backed a horse in anger in his life? That's where he's gone, says Lenehan. I met Bantam Lyons going to back that horse, only I put him off it, and he told me Bloom gave him the tip. Bet you what you like, he has 100 shillings to 5 on. He's the only man in Dublin has it. A dark horse. He's a bloody dark horse himself, says Joe. Mind, Joe, says I. Show us the entrance out. There you are, says Terry. Goodbye, Ireland, I'm going to Gort. So I just went round to the back of the yard to pump ship, and begob, 100 shillings to 5, while I was letting off my throwaway 22. Letting off my load, gob, says I to myself, I knew he was uneasy in his 2 pints off of Joe and 1 in Slattery's off, in his mind to get off the mark to 100 shillings is 5 quid. And when they were in the dark horse, Pisser Burke was telling me, card party and letting on the child was sick. God must have done about a gallon. Flabby arse of a wife speaking down the tube, she's better, or she's... Ow! All a plan so he could vamoose with the pool if he won. Or, Jesus, full up I was. Trading without a license. Ow! Ireland, my nation, says he. Never be up to those bloody... There's the last of it. Jerusalem... cuckoos. So anyhow, when I got back, they were at it ding-dong. John Wise, saying it was Bloom, gave the idea for Sinn Féin to Griffith to put in his paper all kinds of gerrymandering, packed juries, and swindling the taxes off of the government, and appointing consuls all over the world to walk about selling Irish industries, robbing Peter to pay Paul. God, that puts the bloody kibosh on it if old Sloppy Eyes is mucking up the show. Give us a bloody chance. God save Ireland from the likes of that bloody mouseabout. Mr. Bloom with his argle-bargle. And his old fella before him, perpetrating frauds, old Methuselah Bloom, the robbing bagman that poisoned himself with the prussic acid after he swamping the country with his baubles and his penny diamonds. Loans by post on easy terms, any amount of money advanced on note of hand, distance no object, no security. Gob, he's like Lanty McHale's goat that'd go a piece of the road with everyone. Well, it's a fact, says John Wise. And there's the man now that'll tell you about it, Martin Cunningham. Sure enough, the castle car drove up with Martin on it, and Jack Power with him, and a fellow named Crofter or Crofton, pensioner out of the Collector General's, an Orangeman Blackburn does have on the registration, and he drawing his pay, or Crawford gallivanting around the country at the king's expense. Our travellers reached the rustic hostelry, and alighted from their palfreys. "Hove all it!" cried he who by his mien seemed the leader of the party. "Saucy knave, to us!" So saying, he knocked loudly with his sword hilt upon the open lattice. Mine host came forth at the summons, girding him with his tabard. "Give you good den, my masters," said he, with an obsequious bow. "Bestir thyself, sirrah," cried he who had knocked. "Look to our steeds, and for ourselves give us of your best, for faith we need it." "Lack a day, good masters," said the host, "my poor house has but a bare larder. I know not what to offer your lordships." "How now, fellow?" cried the second of the party, a man of pleasant countenance. "So servest thou the king's messengers, Master Tapton?" An instantaneous change overspread the landlord's visage. "Cry you mercy, gentlemen," he said humbly, "and you be the king's messengers. God shield his majesty. You shall not want for aught. The king's friends, God bless his majesty, shall not go a-fasting in my house, I warrant me." "Then about," cried the traveller who had not spoken, a lusty trencherman by his aspect. "Hast aught to give us?" Mine host bowed again as he made answer. "What say you, good masters, to a squab pigeon pasty, some collops of venison, a saddle of veal, widgeon with crisp hog's bacon, a boar's head with pistachios, a basin of jolly custard, a medlar tansy, and a flagon of old Rhenish?" "Gadzooks," cried the last speaker, "that likes me well. Pistachios!" "Aha!" cried he of the pleasant countenance. "A poor house and a bare larder, quotha! 'Tis a merry rogue." So in comes Martin, asking where was Bloom. "Where is he?" says Lenehan, "defrauding widows and orphans." "Isn't that a fact," says John Wise, "what I was telling the citizen about Bloom and the Sinn Féin?" "That's so," says Martin, "or so they allege." "Who made those allegations?" says Alf. "I," says Joe, "I'm the alligator." "And after all," says John Wise, "why can't a Jew love his country like the next fellow? Why not, says J.J., when he's quite sure which country it is. Is he a Jew or a Gentile or a Holy Roman or a swaddler or what the hell is he, says Ned. Or who is he? No offense, Crofton. We don't want him, says Crofter, the Orangeman or Presbyterian. Who is Junius, says J.J. He's a perverted Jew, says Martin, from a place in Hungary, and it was he drew up all the plans according to the Hungarian system. We know that in the castle. Isn't he a cousin of Bloom the dentist, says Jack Power. Not at all, says Martin, only namesakes. His name was Virag, the father's name that poisoned himself. He changed it by deed poll, the father did. That's the new Messiah for Ireland, says the citizen. Island of saints and sages. Well, they're still waiting for their Redeemer, says Martin. For that matter, so are we. Yes, says J.J., and every male that's born they think it may be their Messiah, and every Jew is in a tall state of excitement, I believe, till he knows if he's a father or a mother. Expecting every moment will be his next, says Lenihan. Oh, by God, says Ned, you should have seen Bloom before that son of his that died was born. I met him one day in the South City markets buying a tin of Neve's food 6 weeks before the wife was delivered. En ventre sa mère, says J.J. Do you call that a man? Says the citizen. I wonder did he ever put it out of sight, says Joe. Well, there were 2 children born anyhow, says Jack Power. And who does he suspect, says the citizen. God, there's many a true word spoken in jest. One of those mixed middlings he is. Lying up in the hotel, Pisser was telling me, once a month with headache like a totty with her courses. Do you know what I'm telling you? It'd be an act of God to take a hold of a fellow the like of that and throw him in the bloody sea. Justifiable homicide, so it would. Then sloping off with his 5 quid without putting up a pint of stuff like a man. Give us your blessing, not as much as would blind your eye. Charity to the neighbor, says Martin. But where is he? We can't wait. A wolf in sheep's clothing, says the citizen. That's what he is. Virag from Hungary. Ahasuerus, I call him. Cursed by God. Have you time for a brief libation, Martin, says Ned. Only one, says Martin. We must be quick. J.J. and S. You, Jack? Crofton? 3 half-ones, Terry. St. Patrick would want to land again at Ballykinlar in Convertus, says the citizen, after allowing things like that to contaminate our shores. Well, says Martin, rapping for his glass, God bless all here is my prayer. Amen, says the citizen. And I'm sure he will, says Joe. And at the sound of the sacring bell, headed by a crucifer with acolytes, thurifers, boat-bearers, readers, ostiarii, deacons, and subdeacons, the blessed company drew nigh of mitred abbots and priors and guardians and monks and friars, the monks of Benedict of Spoleto, Carthusians and Camaldolese, Cistercians and Olivetans, Oratorians and Vallambrosans, and the friars of Augustine, Brigitins, Premonstratensians, Servii, Trinitarians, and the children of Peter Nolasco. And therewith from Carmel Mount the children of Elijah prophet, led by Albert Bishop and by Teresa of Avila, Calst and other, and friars brown and grey, sons of poor Francis, Capuchins, Cordeliers, Minims and Observants, and the daughters of Clara, and the sons of Dominic, the friars preachers, and the sons of Vincent, and the monks of St. Wolstan, and Ignatius his children, and the confraternity of the Christian brothers led by the Reverend Brother Edmund Ignatius Rice. And after came all saints and martyrs, virgins and confessors, St. Cyr, and St. Isidore Arator, and St. James the Less, and St. Phocas of Sinope, and St. Julian Hospitator, and St. Felix de Cantalis, and St. Simon Stylites, and St. Stephen Protomartyr, and St. John of God, and St. Feriol, and St. Leogard, and St. Theodotus, and St. Volmar, and St. Richard, and St. Vincent de Paul, and St. Martin of Todi, and St. Martin of Tours, and St. Alfred, and St. Joseph, and St. Denis, and St. Cornelius, and St. Leopold, and St. Bernard, and St. Terence, and St. Edward, and St. Owen Caniculus, and St. Anonymous, and St. Eponymous, and St. Pseudonymous, and St. Homonymus, and St. Paronymus, and St. Synonymous, and St. Lawrence O'Toole, and St. James of Dingle and Compostela, and St. Columcille, and St. Columba, and St. Celestin, and St. Colman, and St. Kevin, and St. Brendan, and St. Frigidian, and St. Sinan, and St. Factina, and St. Columbanus, and St. Gall, and St. Fursey, and St. Fintan, and St. Fiacre, and St. John Nepomuk, and St. Thomas Aquinas, and St. Ives of Brittany, and St. Micken, and St. Herman Joseph, and the three patrons of holy youth, St. Aloysius Gonzaga, and St. Stanislaus Kostka, and St. John Berkmans, and the Saints Gervasius, Servatius, and Bonifacius, and St. Bride, and St. Kieran, and St. Kenneth of Kilkenny, and St. Jarlath of Tuam, and St. Finbar, and St. Papin of Ballymun, and Brother Aloysius Pacificus, and Brother Louis Bellicosus, and the Saints Rose of Lima and of Viterbo, and St. Martha of Bethany, and St. Mary of Egypt, and St. Lucy, and St. Brigid, and St. Attracta, and St. Dimpna, and St. Ita, and St. Marian Calpensis, and the blessed Sister Teresa of the Child Jesus, and St. Barbara, and St. Scholastica, and St. Ursula, with 11,000 virgins. And all came with nimbi and aureoles and gloriae, bearing palms and harps and swords and olive crowns, in robes whereon were woven the blessed symbols of their efficacies: inkhorns, arrows, loaves, cruises, fetters, axes, trees, bridges, babes in a bathtub, shells, wallets, shears, keys, dragons, lilies, buckshot, beards, hogs, lamps, bellows, beehives, soup ladles, stars, snakes, anvils, boxes of Vaseline, bells, crutches, forceps, stag's horns, watertight boots, hawks, millstones, eyes on a dish, wax candles, aspergills, unicorns. And as they wended their way by Nelson's Pillar, Henry Street, Mary Street, Capel Street, Little Britain Street, chanting the introit in Epiphania Domini, which beginneth Surge Illuminare, and thereafter most sweetly the gradual Omnes, which saith De Saba Venient, they did divers wonders, such as casting out devils, raising the dead to life, multiplying fishes, healing the halt and the blind, discovering various articles which had been mislaid, interpreting and fulfilling the Scriptures, blessing and prophesying. And last, beneath a canopy of cloth of gold, came the Reverend Father O'Flynn, attended by Malachi and Patrick. And when the good fathers had reached the appointed place, the house of Bernard Kiernan and Company, Limited, 8, 9, and 10 Little Britain Street, wholesale grocers, wine and brandy shippers, licensed for the sale of beer, wine, and spirits for consumption on the premises, the celebrant blessed the house, and censed the mullioned windows, and the groins, and the vaults, and the arrises, and the capitals, and the pediments, and the cornices, and the engrailed arches, and the spires, and the cupolas, and sprinkled the lintels thereof with blessed water, and prayed that God might bless that house as he had blessed the house of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, and make the angels of his light to inhabit therein. And entering, he blessed the viands and the beverages, and the company of all the blessed answered his prayers. Adiutorium nostrem in nomine Domini, qui fecit caelum et terram, Dominus vobiscum, et cum spiritu tuo. And he laid his hands upon the blessed and gave thanks, and he prayed, and they all with him prayed. Deus, cuius verbo sanctificantur omnia, benedictionem tuam effunde super creaturas istas, et presta ut quisquis eis secundum legem et voluntatem tuam cum gratiarum actione usus fuerit, per invocationem sanctissimi nominis tui, corporis sanctitatem et anime tutelam te actore percipiat, per Christum Dominum nostrum. And so say all of us, says Jack. 1,000 a year, Lambert, says Crofton, or Crawford. Right, says Ned, taking up his John Jameson, and butter for fish. I was just looking round to see who the happy thought would strike, when be damned but in he comes again, letting on to be in a hell of a hurry. I was just round at the courthouse, says he, looking for you. I hope I'm not... No, says Martin, we're ready. Courthouse, my eye, and your pockets hanging down with gold and silver. Mean bloody scut. Stand us a drink itself. Devil a sweet fear. There's a Jew for you. All for number 1. Cute as a shithouse rat. 100 to 5. Don't tell anyone, says the citizen. Beg your pardon, says he. Come on, boys, says Martin, seeing it was looking blue. Come along now. Don't tell anyone, says the citizen, letting a bawl out of him. It's a secret. And the bloody dog woke up and let a growl. Bye-bye all, says Martin, and he got them out as quick as he could, Jack Power and Crofton, or whatever you call him, and him in the middle of them, letting on to be all at sea, up with them on the bloody jaunting car. "Off with you," says Martin to the Jarvey. The milk-white Dolphin tossed his mane, and rising in the golden poop, the helmsman spread the bellying sail upon the wind, and stood off forward with all sails set, the spinnaker to larboard. A many comely nymphs drew nigh to starboard and to larboard, and clinging to the sides of the noble bark, they linked their shining forms as doth the cunning wheelwright, when he fashions about the heart of his wheel the eke distant rays, whereof each one is sister to another, and he binds them all with an outer ring, and giveth speed to the feet of men whenas they ride to a hosting, or contend for the smile of ladies fair. Even so did they come and set them, those willing nymphs, the undying sisters, and they laughed, sporting in a circle of their foam, and the bark clave the waves. But begob, I was just lowering the heel of the pint when I saw the citizen getting up to waddle to the door, puffing and blowing with the dropsy, and he cursing the curse of Cromwell on him, bell, book, and candle in Irish, spitting and spatting out of him, and Joe and little Alf round him like a leprechaun trying to peacify him. "Let me alone," says he, and begob he got as far as the door, and they holding him, and he bawls out of him, "3 cheers for Israel!" Ara, sit down on the parliamentary side of your ass, for Christ's sake, and don't be making a public exhibition of yourself. Jesus, there's always some bloody clown or other kicking up a bloody murder about bloody nothing. Gob, it'd turn the porter sour in your guts, so it would. And all the ragamuffins and sluts of the nation round the door, and Martin telling the Jarvey to drive ahead, and the citizen bawling, and Alf and Joe at him to whisht, and he on his high horse about the Jews, and the loafers calling for a speech, and Jack Power trying to get him to sit down on the car and hold his bloody jaw, and a loafer with a patch over his eye starts singing, "If the man in the moon was a Jew, Jew, Jew," and a slut shouts out of her, "Hey, mister, your fly is open, mister," and he says, "Mendelssohn was a Jew, and Karl Marx, and Mercadante, and Spinoza, and the Saviour was a Jew, and his father was a Jew, your God." "He had no father," says Martin. "That'll do now, drive ahead." "Whose God?" says the citizen. "Well, his uncle was a Jew," says he. "Your God was a Jew. Christ was a Jew, like me." Gob, the citizen made a plunge back into the shop. "By Jesus," says he, "I'll brain that bloody Jew man for using the holy name. By Jesus, I'll crucify him, so I will. Give us that biscuit box here." "Stop, stop," says Joe. A large and appreciative gathering of friends and acquaintances from the metropolis and greater Dublin assembled in their thousands to bid farewell to Nagyashagos Urom Lipoti Virag, late of Messrs. Alexander Thoms, printers to His Majesty, on the occasion of his departure for the distant clime of Sas Harminch Borju Gulash Dugulash, meadow of murmuring waters. The ceremony, which went off with great éclat, was characterized by the most affecting cordiality. An illuminated scroll of ancient Irish vellum, the work of Irish artists, was presented to the distinguished phenomenologist on behalf of a large section of the community, and was accompanied by the gift of a silver casket tastefully executed in the style of ancient Celtic ornament, a work which reflects every credit on the makers, Messrs. Jacob August Jacob. The departing guest was the recipient of a hearty ovation, many of those who were present being visibly moved when the select orchestra of Irish pipes struck up the well-known strains of "Come Back to Erin," followed immediately by Rakotzi's March. Tar barrels and bonfires were lighted along the coastline of the Four Seas. On the summits of the Hill of Howth, Three Rock Mountain, Sugarloaf, Brayhead, the Mountains of Mourne, the Galtees, the Ox, and Donegal and Sperrin Peaks, the Nagels and the Bograghs, the Connemara Hills, the reeks of McGillicuddy, Slieve Ochty, Slieve Bernach, and Slieve Bloom. Amid cheers that rent the welkin, responded to by answering cheers from a big muster of henchmen on the distant Cambrian and Caledonian hills, the mastodontic pleasure ship slowly moved away, saluted by a final floral tribute from the representatives of the fair sex, who were present in large numbers, while, as it proceeded down the river, escorted by a flotilla of barges, the flags of the ballast office and custom house were dipped in salute, as were also those of the electrical power station at the Pigeon House. Visunt Latashra, Gedvish Boraton. Visunt Latashra. Gone, but not forgotten. Gob, the devil wouldn't stop him till he got hold of the bloody tin anyhow, and out with him, and little Alf hanging on to his elbow, and he shouting like a stuck pig as good as any bloody play in the Queen's Royal Theatre. Where is he till I murder him? And Ned and J.J. paralysed with the laughing. Bloody war, says I'll be in for the last gospel. But as luck would have it, the Jarvey got the nag's head round the other way and off with him. Hold on, citizen, says Joe. Stop. Begob, he drew his hand and made a swipe and let fly. Mercy of God, the sun was in his eyes, or he'd have left him for dead. Gob, he near sent it into the county Longford. The bloody nag took fright, and the old mongrel after the car like bloody hell, and all the populace shouting and laughing, and the old tin box clattering along the street. The catastrophe was terrific and instantaneous in its effect. The observatory of Dunsink registered in all 11 shocks all of the 5th grade of Mercalli's scale, and there is no record extant of a similar seismic disturbance in our island since the earthquake of 1534, the year of the rebellion of Silken Thomas. The epicenter appears to have been that part of the metropolis which constitutes the Inns Quay ward and parish of St. Micken, covering a surface of 41 acres, 2 roods, and 1 square pole or perch. All the lordly residences in the vicinity of the Palace of Justice were demolished, and that noble edifice itself, in which at the time of the catastrophe important legal debates were in progress, is literally a mass of ruins, beneath which it is to be feared all the occupants have been buried alive. From the reports of eyewitnesses, it transpires that the seismic waves were accompanied by a violent atmospheric perturbation of cyclonic character. An article of headgear, since ascertained to belong to the much-respected Clerk of the Crown and Peace, Mr. George Fottrell, and a silk umbrella with gold handle with the engraved initials, coat of arms, and house number of the erudite and worshipful chairman of quarter sessions, Sir Frederick Falconer, Recorder of Dublin, have been discovered by search parties in remote parts of the island, respectively, the former on the 3rd basaltic ridge of the Giant's Causeway, the latter embedded to the extent of 1 foot 3 inches in the sandy beach of Whole Open Bay near the old head of Kinsale. Other eyewitnesses depose that they observed an incandescent object of enormous proportions hurtling through the atmosphere at a terrifying velocity in a trajectory directed southwest by west. Messages of condolence and sympathy are being hourly received from all parts of the different continents, and the Sovereign Pontiff has been graciously pleased to decree that a special Missa pro defunctis shall be celebrated simultaneously by the ordinaries of each and every cathedral church of all the episcopal dioceses subject to the spiritual authority of the Holy See, in suffrage of the souls of those faithful departed who have been so unexpectedly called away from our midst. The work of salvage, removal of debris, human remains, etc., has been entrusted to Messrs. Michael Mead and Son, 159 Great Brunswick Street, and Messrs. T.C. Martin, 77, 78, 79, and 80 North Wall, assisted by the men and officers of the Duke of Cornwall's Light Infantry, under the general supervision of H.R.H. Rear Admiral the Right Honourable Sir Hercules Hannibal Habeas Corpus Anderson, K.G., K.P., K.T., P.C., KCB, MP, JP, MB, DSO, SOD, MFH, MRIA, BL, MuseDoc, PLG, FTCD, FRUI, FRCPI, and FRCSI. You never saw the like of it in all your born pup. Gob, if he got that lottery tick on the side of his pole, he'd remember the gold cup, he would so, but begob the citizen would have been lagged for assault and battery, and Joe for aiding and abetting. The Jarvey saved his life by furious driving, as sure as God made Moses. What? Oh, Jesus, he did, and he let a volley of oaths after him. Did I kill him, says he, or what? And he shouting to the bloody dog, after him, Gary, after him, boy. And the last we saw was the bloody car rounding the corner, an old sheep face on it gesticulating, and the bloody mongrel after it with his lugs back for all he was bloody well worth to tear him limb from limb. 100-5. Jesus, he took the value of it out of him, I promise you. When lo, there came about them all a great brightness, and they beheld the chariot wherein he stood ascend to heaven, and they beheld him in the chariot clothed upon in the glory of the brightness, having raiment as of the sun, fair as the moon, and terrible, that for awe they durst not look upon him. And there came a voice out of heaven calling, Elijah, Elijah. And he answered with a main cry, Abba, Adonai. And they beheld him, even him, Ben Bloom Elijah, amid clouds of angels, ascend to the glory of the brightness, at an angle of 45 degrees over Donahoe's and Little Green Street, like a shot off a shovel. The summer evening had begun to fold the world in its mysterious embrace. Far away in the west the sun was setting, and the last glow of all too fleeting day lingered lovingly on sea and strand, on the proud promontory of dear old Howth, guarding as ever the waters of the bay, on the weed-grown rocks along Sandy Mount shore, and last but not least, on the quiet church, whence there streamed forth at times upon the stillness the voice of prayer to her who is in her pure radiance a beacon ever to the storm-tossed heart of man, Mary, Star of the Sea. The three girl friends were seated on the rocks, enjoying the evening scene and the air, which was fresh but not too chilly. Many a time and oft were they wont to come there to that favorite nook to have a cozy chat beside the sparkling waves and discuss matters feminine. Sissy Caffrey and Edie Boardman with the baby in the push-car, and Tommy and Jackie Caffrey, two little curly-headed boys dressed in sailor suits with caps to match and the name HMS Belle Isle printed on both. For Tommy and Jackie Caffrey were twins, scarce 4 years old, and very noisy and spoiled twins sometimes, but for all that darling little fellows with bright merry faces and endearing ways about them. They were dabbling in the sand with their spades and buckets, building castles as children do, or playing with their big colored ball, happy as the day was long. And Edie Boardman was rocking the chubby baby to and fro in the push-car, while that young gentleman fairly chuckled with delight. He was but 11 months and 9 days old, and though still a tiny toddler, was just beginning to lisp his first babyish words. Sissy Caffrey bent over him to tease his fat little plucks and the dainty dimple in his chin. "Now, baby," Sissy Caffrey said, "say out big, big, 'I want a drink of water.'" And baby prattled after her, "A jink, a jobber." Sissy Caffrey cuddled the wee chap, for she was awfully fond of children, so patient with little sufferers, and Tommy Caffrey could never be got to take his castor oil unless it was Sissy Caffrey that held his nose and promised him the scatty heel of the loaf of brown bread with golden syrup on it. What a persuasive power that girl had! But to be sure, baby was as good as gold, a perfect little dote in his new fancy bib. None of your spoilt beauties, Flora McFlimsy sort, was Sissy Caffrey. A truer-hearted lass never drew the breath of life, always with a laugh in her gypsy-like eyes and a frolicsome word on her cherry-ripe red lips, a girl lovable in the extreme. And Edie Boardman laughed, too, at the quaint language of little brother. But just then there was a slight altercation between Master Tommy and Master Jackie. Boys will be boys, and our two twins were no exception to this golden rule. The apple of discord was a certain castle of sand which Master Jackie had built, and Master Tommy would have it right go wrong that it was to be architecturally improved by a front door, like the Martello Tower had. But if Master Tommy was headstrong, Master Jackie was self-willed too, and true to the maxim that every little Irishman's house is his castle, he fell upon his hated rival, and to such purpose that the would-be assailant came to grief, and, alas to relate, the coveted castle too. Needless to say, the cries of discomfited Master Tommy drew the attention of the girl-friends. "Come here, Tommy," his sister called imperatively, "at once. And you, Jackie, for shame to throw poor Tommy in the dirty sand. Wait till I catch you for that." His eyes misty with unshed tears, Master Tommy came at her call, for their big sister's word was law with the twins. And in a sad plight he was after his misadventure. His little man-o'-war top and unmentionables were full of sand, but Sissy was a past mistress in the art of smoothing over life's tiny troubles, and very quickly not one speck of sand was to be seen on his smart little suit. Still, the blue eyes were glistening with hot tears that would well up, so she kissed away the hurtness, and shook her hand at Master Jackie the culprit, and said if she was near him she wouldn't be far from him, her eyes dancing in admonition. "Nasty bold Jackie," she cried. She put an arm round the little mariner and coaxed winningly, "What's your name? Butter and cream?" "Tell us who's your sweetheart," spoke Edie Boardman. "Is Sissy your sweetheart?" "No," tearful Tommy said. "Is Edie Boardman your sweetheart?" Sissy queried. "No," Tommy said. "I know," Edie Boardman said, none too amiably, with an arch glance from her short-sighted eyes. "I know who's Tommy's sweetheart. Gertie is Tommy's sweetheart." "No," Tommy said, on the verge of tears. Sissy's quick mother wit guessed what was amiss, and she whispered to Edie Boardman to take him there behind the push-car where the gentleman couldn't see, and to mind he didn't wet his new tan shoes. But who was Gertie? Gertie McDowell, who was seated near her companions, lost in thought, gazing far away into the distance, was in very truth as fair a specimen of winsome Irish girlhood as one could wish to see. She was pronounced beautiful by all who knew her, though, as folks often said, she was more a gilt-trap than a McDowell. Her figure was slight and graceful, inclining even to fragility. But those iron jelloids she'd been taking of late had done her a world of good, much better than the Widow Welch's female pills, and she was much better of those discharges she used to get and that tired feeling. The waxen pallor of her face was almost spiritual in its ivory-like purity, though her rosebud mouth was a genuine Cupid's bow, Greekly perfect. Her hands were of finely veined alabaster, with tapering fingers, and as white as lemon juice and Queen of Ointments could make them, though it was not true that she used to wear kid gloves in bed, or take a milk foot bath either. Bertha Supple told that once to Edie Boardman, a deliberate lie, when she was black out at daggers drawn with Gertie. The girl chums had, of course, their little tips from time to time, like the rest of mortals, and she told her not to let on whatever she did that it was her that told her, or she'd never speak to her again. No, honor where honor is due. There was an innate refinement, a languid, queenly hauteur about Gertie, which was unmistakably evidenced in her delicate hands and high-arched instep.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Had kind fate but willed her to be born a gentlewoman of high degree in her own right, and had she only received the benefit of a good education, Gertie McDowell might easily have held her own beside any lady in the land, and have seen herself exquisitely gowned, with jewels on her brow, and patrician suitors at her feet vying with one another to pay their devoirs to her. Mayhap it was this, the love that might have been, that lent to her softly featured face at whiles a look tense with suppressed meaning, that imparted a strange, yearning tendency to the beautiful eyes, a charm few could resist. Why have women such eyes of witchery? Gertie's were of the bluest Irish blue, set off by lustrous lashes and dark, expressive brows. Time was when those brows were not so silkily seductive. It was Madame Vera Verity, directress of the Women Beautiful page of the Princess Novelette, who had first advised her to try eyebrow lean, which gave that haunting expression to the eyes so becoming in leaders of fashion, and she had never regretted it. Then there was blushing scientifically cured, and how to be tall, increase your height, and you have a beautiful face, but your nose? That would suit Mrs. Dignam because she had a button one. But Gertie's crowning glory was her wealth of wonderful hair. It was dark brown, with a natural wave in it. She had cut it that very morning on account of the new moon, and it nestled about her pretty head in a profusion of luxuriant clusters, and pared her nails, too, Thursday for wealth. And just now, at Edie's words, as a telltale flush, delicate as the faintest rose bloom, crept into her cheeks, she looked so lovely in her sweet, girlish shyness that of a surety God's fair land of Ireland did not hold her equal. For an instant she was silent, with rather sad, downcast eyes. She was about to retort, but something checked the words on her tongue. Inclination prompted her to speak out. Dignity told her to be silent. The pretty lips pouted a while, but then she glanced up and broke out into a joyous little laugh which had in it all the freshness of a young May morning. She knew right well, no one better, what made Squinty Edie say that, because of him cooling in his attentions, when it was simply a lover's quarrel. As per usual, somebody's nose was out of joint about the boy that had the bicycle always riding up and down in front of her window. Only now his father kept him in the evenings, studying hard to get an exhibition in the intermediate that was on, and he was going to Trinity College to study for a doctor when he left the high school, like his brother W.E. Wiley, who was racing in the bicycle races in Trinity College University. Little recked he, perhaps, for what she felt, that dull, aching void in her heart sometimes, piercing to the core. Yet he was young, and perchance he might learn to love her in time. They were Protestants in his family, and of course Gertie knew who came first, and after him the Blessed Virgin, and then St. Joseph. But he was undeniably handsome, with an exquisite nose, and he was what he looked, every inch a gentleman. The shape of his head, too, at the back, without his cap on, that she would know anywhere. Something off the common, and the way he turned the bicycle at the lamp with his hands off the bars, and also the nice perfume of those good cigarettes, and besides, they were both of a size. And that was why Edie Boardman thought she was so frightfully clever, because he didn't go and ride up and down in front of her bit of a garden. Gertie was dressed simply, but with the instinctive taste of a votary of Dame Fashion, for she felt that there was just a mite that he might be out. A neat blouse of electric blue, self-tinted by Dolly dyes, because it was expected in the ladies' pictorial that electric blue would be worn, with a smart V opening down to the division, and kerchief pocket, in which she always kept a piece of cotton wool scented with her favorite perfume, because the handkerchief spoiled the sit, and a navy three-quarter skirt cut to the stride showed off her slim, graceful figure to perfection. She wore a coquettish little love of a hat of wide-leaved nigger straw contrast, trimmed with an underbrim of egg-blue chenille, and at the side a butterfly bow to tone. All Tuesday week afternoon she was hunting to match that chenille, but at last she found what she wanted at Cleary's summer sales. The very it, slightly shop-soiled, but you would never notice. 7 fingers, 2 and a penny. She did it up all by herself, and what joy was hers when she tried it on then, smiling at the lovely reflection which the mirror gave back to her. And when she put it on the water jug to keep the shape, she knew that that would take the shine out of some people she knew. Her shoes were the newest thing in footwear. Edie Boardman prided herself that she was very petite, but she never had a foot like Gertie McDowell, a 5, and never would, ash, oak, or elm, with patent toe caps and just one smart buckle at her high-arched instep. Her well-turned ankle displayed its perfect proportions beneath her skirt, and just the proper amount and no more of her shapely limbs encased in fine-spun hose, with high-spliced heels and wide garter tops. As for undies, they were Gertie's chief care, and who that knows the fluttering hopes and fears of sweet 17, though Gertie would never see 17 again, can find it in his heart to blame her. She had 4 dinky sets, with awfully pretty stitchery, 3 garments and nighties extra, and each set slotted with different-colored ribbons, rose pink, pale blue, mauve, and pea green, and she aired them herself and blued them when they came home from the wash, and ironed them, and she had a brickbat to keep the iron on, because she wouldn't trust those washerwomen as far as she'd see them, scorching the things. She was wearing the blue for luck, hoping against hope. Her own color, and the lucky color, too, for a bride to have a bit of blue somewhere on her, because the green she wore that day week brought grief, because his father brought him in to study for the intermediate exhibition, and because she thought perhaps he might be out, because when she was dressing that morning, she nearly slipped up the old pair on her inside out, and that was for luck and lovers' meetings, if you put those things on inside out, so long as it wasn't of a Friday. And yet, that strained look on her face. A gnawing sorrow is there all the time. Her very soul is in her eyes, and she would give worlds to be in the privacy of her own familiar chamber, where, giving way to tears, she could have a good cry and relieve her pent-up feelings, though not too much, because she knew how to cry nicely before the mirror. "You are lovely, Gertie," it said. The paly light of evening falls upon a face infinitely sad and wistful. Gertie MacDowell yearns in vain. Yes, she had known from the first that her daydream of a marriage has been arranged, and the wedding bells ringing for Mrs. Reggie Wiley, T.C.D., because the one who married the elder brother would be Mrs. Wiley, and in the fashionable intelligence, Mrs. Gertrude Wiley was wearing a sumptuous confection of grey trimmed with expensive blue fox, was not to be. He was too young to understand. He would not believe in love, a woman's birthright. The night of the party long ago in Stowers, he was still in short trousers, when they were alone, and he stole an arm round her waist. She went white to the very lips. He called her little one, in a strangely husky voice, and snatched a half-kiss, the first. But it was only the end of her nose, and then he hastened from the room with a remark about refreshments. Impetuous fellow. Strength of character had never been Reggie Wiley's strong point, and he who would woo and win Gertie MacDowell must be a man among men. But waiting, always waiting to be asked, and it was leap year too, and would soon be over. No Prince Charming is her beau ideal to lay a rare and wondrous love at her feet, but rather a manly man with a strong, quiet face who had not found his ideal, perhaps his hair slightly flecked with grey, and who would understand, take her in his sheltering arms, strain her to him in all the strength of his deep, passionate nature, and comfort her with a long, long kiss. It would be like heaven. For such a one she yearns this balmy summer eve. With all the heart of her she longs to be his only, his affianced bride, for riches, for poor, in sickness, in health, till death us two part, from this to this day forward. And while Edie Boardman was with little Tommy behind the push-car, she was just thinking, would the day ever come when she could call herself his little wife-to-be? Then they could talk about her till they went blue in the face, Bertha Supple, too, and Edie the Spitfire, because she would be 22 in November. She would care for him with creature comforts, too, for Gertie was womanly wise, and knew that a mere man liked that feeling of hominess. Her griddle cakes done to a golden brown hue, and Queen Anne's pudding of delightful creaminess had won golden opinions from all, because she had a lucky hand also for lighting a fire, dredge in the fine self-raising flour, and always stir in the same direction, then cream the milk and sugar, and whisk well the white of eggs, though she didn't like the eating part when there were any people that made her shy, and often she wondered why you couldn't eat something poetical, like violets or roses. And they would have a beautifully appointed drawing room with pictures and engravings, and the photograph of Grandpapa Giltrap's lovely dog Gary Owen that almost talked, it was so human, and chintz covers for the chairs, and that silver toast rack in Cleary's summer jumble sales like they have in rich houses. He would be tall, with broad shoulders. She'd always admired tall men for a husband, with glistening white teeth under his carefully trimmed, sweeping moustache, and they would go on the continent for their honeymoon. 3 wonderful weeks. And then, when they settled down in a nice, snug and cozy little homely house, every morning they would both have brekkie, simple but perfectly served for their own 2 selves. And before he went out to business, he would give his dear little wifey a good hearty hug and gaze for a moment deep down into her eyes. Edie Boardman asked Tommy Caffrey was he done, and he said yes. So then she buttoned up his little knickerbockers for him and told him to run off and play with Jackie, and to be good now and not to fight. But Tommy said he wanted the ball, and Edie told him no, that Baby was playing with the ball, and if he took it there'd be wigs on the green. But Tommy said it was his ball, and he wanted his ball, and he pranced on the ground, if you please. The temper of him! Oh, he was a man already, was little Tommy Caffrey, since he was out of pinnies. Edie told him no, no, and to be off now with him, and she told Sissy Caffrey not to give in to him. "You're not my sister," naughty Tommy said. "It's my ball." But Sissy Caffrey told baby Boardman to look up, high at her finger, and she snatched the ball quickly and threw it along the sand, and Tommy after it in full career, having won the day. "Anything for a quiet life," laughed Sis, and she tickled Tiny Tot's 2 cheeks to make him forget, and played Here's the Lord Mayor, here's his 2 horses, here's his gingerbread carriage, and here he walks in, chin-chopper, 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 chin. But Edie got as cross as 2 sticks about him getting his own way like that from everyone always petting him. "I'd like to give him something," she said, "so I would, where I won't say." "On the beat-totty-tum," laughed Sissy merrily. Gertie McDowell bent down her head and crimsoned at the idea of Sissy saying an unladylike thing like that out loud she'd be ashamed of her life to say, flushing a deep rosy red, and Edie Boardman said she was sure the gentleman opposite heard what she said. But not a pin cared Sis. "Let him," she said, with a pert toss of her head and a piquant tilt of her nose. "Give it to him, too, on the same place, as quick as I'd look at him." Madcap Sis with her gollywog curls. You had to laugh at her sometimes. For instance, when she asked you, would you have some more Chinese tea and jazzberry ram? And when she drew the jugs, too, and the men's faces on her nails with red ink, make you split your sides. Or when she wanted to go where, you know, she said she wanted to run and pay a visit to the Miss White. It was just like Sissy-cums. Oh, and will you ever forget the evening she dressed up in her father's suit and hat and the burnt cork moustache and walked down Tritonville Road smoking a cigarette? Oh, there was none to come up to her for fun, but she was sincerity itself, one of the bravest and truest hearts heaven ever made, not one of your two-faced things, too sweet to be wholesome. And then there came out upon the air the sound of voices and the pealing anthem of the organ. It was the men's temperance retreat conducted by the missioner, the Reverend John Hughes, S.J., rosary, sermon, and benediction of the Most Blessed Sacrament. They were there gathered together without distinction of social class, and a most edifying spectacle it was to see. In that simple fane beside the waves, after the storms of this weary world, kneeling before the feet of the Immaculate, reciting the litany of Our Lady of Loretto, beseeching her to intercede for them. The old familiar words, Holy Mary, Holy Virgin of Virgins. How sad to poor Gertie's ears. Had her father only avoided the clutches of the demon drink by taking the pledge, or those powders, the drink habit cured, in Pearson's Weekly, she might now be rolling in her carriage, second to none. Over and over had she told herself that, as she mused by the dying embers in a brown study, without the lamp because she hated 2 lights, or oftentimes gazing out of the window dreamily by the hour at the rain falling on the rusty bucket, thinking. But that vile decoction, which has ruined so many hearths and homes, had cast its shadow over her childhood days. Nay, she had even witnessed in the home circle deeds of violence caused by intemperance, and had seen her own father, a prey to the fumes of intoxication, forget himself completely. For if there was one thing of all things that Gertie knew, it was the man who lifts his hand to a woman, save in the way of kindness, deserves to be branded as the lowest of the low. And still the voices sang in supplication to the Virgin most powerful, Virgin most merciful. And Gertie, wrapped in thought, scarce saw or heard her companions, or the twins at their boyish gambols, or the gentleman off Sandymount Green that Sissy Caffrey called the man that was so like himself, passing along the Strand taking a short walk. You never saw him anyway screwed, but still and for all that, she would not like him for a father, because he was too old or something, or on account of his face. It was a palpable case of Dr. Fell, or his carbuncly nose with the pimples on it, and his sandy moustache a bit white under his nose. Poor father, with all his faults, she loved him still when he sang Tell Me, Mary, How to Woo Thee, or My Love in Cottage near Rochelle, and they had stewed cockles and lettuce with Lazenby's salad dressing for supper, and when he sang "The Moon Hath Raised" with Mr. Dignam that died suddenly and was buried, God have mercy on him, from a stroke. Her mother's birthday, that was, and Charlie was home on his holidays, and Tom and Mr. Dignam and Mrs. and Patsy and Freddie Dignam, and they were to have had a group taken. No one would have thought the end was so near. Now he was laid to rest. And her mother said to him to let that be a warning to him for the rest of his days. And he couldn't even go to the funeral on account of the gout, and she had to go into town to bring him the letters and samples from his office about Catesby's cork lino, artistic standard designs fit for a palace, gives tip-top wear, and always bright and cheery in the home. A sterling good daughter was Gertie, just like a second mother in the house. A ministering angel, too, with a little heart worth its weight in gold. And when her mother had those raging, splitting headaches, who was it rubbed on the menthol cone on her forehead but Gertie? Though she didn't like her mother taking pinches of snuff. And that was the only single thing they ever had words about, taking snuff. Everyone thought the world of her for her gentle ways. It was Gertie who turned off the gas at the main every night, and it was Gertie who tacked up on the wall of that place where she never forgot every fortnight the chlorate of lime, Mr. Tunney the Grocer's Christmas Almanac, the picture of halcyon days, where a young gentleman in the costume they used to wear then, with a three-cornered hat, was offering a bunch of flowers to his lady-love with old-time chivalry through her lattice window. You could see there was a story behind it. The colors were done something lovely. She was in a soft, clinging white, in a studied attitude, and the gentleman was in chocolate, and he looked a thorough aristocrat. She often looked at them dreamily when there for a certain purpose, and felt her own arms that were white and soft, just like hers, with the sleeves back, and thought about those times. Because she'd found out in Walker's Pronouncing Dictionary, that belonged to Grandpapa Giltrap, about the halcyon days, what they meant. The twins were now playing in the most approved brotherly fashion, till at last Master Jackie, who was really as bold as brass, there was no getting behind that, deliberately kicked the ball as hard as ever he could down towards the seaweedy rocks. Needless to say, poor Tommy was not slow to voice his dismay, but luckily the gentleman in black who was sitting there by himself came gallantly to the rescue and intercepted the ball. Our two champions claimed their plaything with lusty cries, and to avoid trouble, Sissy Caffrey called to the gentleman to throw it to her, please. The gentleman aimed the ball once or twice, and then threw it up the strand towards Sissy Caffrey. But it rolled down the slope and stopped right under Gertie's skirt, near the little pool by the rock. The twins clamored again for it, and Sissy told her to kick it away and let them fight for it. So Gertie drew back her foot, but she wished their stupid ball hadn't come rolling down to her. And she gave it a kick, but she missed, and Edie and Sissy laughed. "If you fail, try again," Edie Boardman said. Gertie smiled assent and bit her lip. A delicate pink crept into her pretty cheek, but she was determined to let them see, so she just lifted her skirt a little, but just enough, and took good aim, and gave the ball a jolly good kick, and it went ever so far, and the two twins after it down towards the shingle. Pure jealousy, of course, was nothing else, to draw attention on account of the gentleman opposite looking. She felt the warm flush, a danger signal always with Gertie McDowell, surging and flaming into her cheeks. Till then, they'd only exchanged glances of the most casual, but now, under the brim of her new hat, she ventured to look at him, and the face that met her gaze there in the twilight, wan and strangely drawn, seemed to her the saddest she had ever seen. Through the open window of the church, the fragrant incense was wafted, and with it the fragrant names of her who was conceived without stain of original sin. Spiritual vessel, pray for us. Honorable vessel, pray for us. Vessel of singular devotion, pray for us. Mystical rose. And careworn hearts were there, and toilers for their daily bread, and many who had erred and wandered, their eyes wet with contrition, but for all that, bright with hope. For the Reverend Father Hughes had told them what the great St. Bernard said in his famous Prayer of Mary. The most pious Virgin's intercessory power, that it was not recorded in any age that those who implored her powerful protection were ever abandoned by her. The twins were now playing again right merrily, for the troubles of childhood are but as fleeting summer showers. Sissy played with baby Boardman till he crowed with glee, clapping baby hands in air. "Peep!" she cried behind the hood of the push-car, and Edie asked where was Sissy gone, and then Sissy popped up her head and cried, "Ah!" and my word, didn't the little chap enjoy that? And then she told him to say, "Papa." Say, "Papa, baby." Say, "Pa, pa, 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 pa." And baby did his level best to say it, for he was very intelligent for 11 months, everyone said, and big for his age, and a picture of health, a perfect little bunch of love, and he would certainly turn out to be something great, they said. Ha-ja, ja, ja, ha-ja. Sissy wiped his little mouth with the dribbling bib and wanted him to sit up properly and say, "Pa, pa, pa," but when she undid the strap, she cried out, "Holy St. Denis," that he was possing wet, and to double the half-blanket the other way under him. Of course, his infant majesty was most obstreperous at such toilet formalities, and he let everyone know it. And two great, big, lovely big tears coursing down his cheeks. It was all no use soothing him with "No, no, no, baby, no," and telling him about the GG and where was the puff-puff. But Sis, always ready-witted, gave him in his mouth the teat of the sucking bottle, and the young heathen was quickly appeased. Gertie wished to goodness they would take their squalling baby home out of that and not get on her nerves. No hour to be out, and the little brats of twins. She gazed out towards the distant sea. It was like the paintings that man used to do on the pavement with all the coloured chalks, and such a pity, too, leaving them there to be all blotted out. The evening, and the clouds coming out, and the Bailey light on Howth, and to hear the music like that, and the perfume of those incense they burned in the church like a kind of waft. And while she gazed, her heart went pit-a-pat. Yes, it was her he was looking at, and there was meaning in his look. His eyes burned into her as though they would search her through and through, read her very soul. Wonderful eyes they were, superbly expressive. But could you trust them? People were so queer. She could see at once by his dark eyes and his pale intellectual face that he was a foreigner. The image of the photo she had of Martin Harvey, the matinee idol, only for the moustache, which she preferred because she wasn't stage-struck like Winnie Rippingham that wanted they two to always dress the same on account of a play. But she could not see whether he had an aquiline nose or a slightly retroussé from where he was sitting. He was in deep mourning, she could see that, and the story of a haunting sorrow was written on his face. She would have given worlds to know what it was. He was looking up so intently, so still, and he saw her kick the ball, and perhaps he could see the bright steel buckles of her shoes if she swung them like that, thoughtfully, with the toes down. She was glad that something told her to put on the transparent stockings, thinking Reggie Wiley might be out, but that was far away. Here was that of which she had so often dreamed. It was he who mattered, and there was joy on her face because she wanted him, because she felt instinctively that he was like no one else. The very heart of the girl-woman went out to him, her dream husband, because she knew on the instant it was him. If he had suffered, more sinned against than sinning, or even if he had been himself a sinner, a wicked man, she cared not. Even if he was a Protestant or Methodist, she could convert him easily if he truly loved her. There were wounds that wanted healing with heart balm. She was a womanly woman, not like other flighty girls, unfeminine he had known, those cyclists showing off what they hadn't got. And she just yearned to know all, to forgive all, if she could make him fall in love with her, make him forget the memory of the past. Then, mayhap, he would embrace her gently, like a real man, crushing her soft body to him, and love her, his ownest girlie, for herself alone. Refuge of sinners, comfortress of the afflicted, ora pro nobis. Well has it been said that whosoever prays to her with faith and constancy can never be lost or cast away. And fitly is she too a haven of refuge for the afflicted, because of the 7 dolours which transpierced her own heart. Gertie could picture the whole scene in the church. The stained glass windows lighted up, the candles, the flowers, and the blue banners of the Blessed Virgin's sodality, and Father Conroy was helping Canon O'Hanlon at the altar, carrying things in and out with his eyes cast down. He looked almost a saint, and his confession box was so quiet and clean and dark, and his hands were just like white wax. And if ever she became a Dominican nun in their white habit, perhaps he might come to the convent for the novena of St. Dominic. He told her, that time when she told him about that in confession, crimsoning up to the roots of her hair for fear he could see, not to be troubled, because that was only the voice of nature, and we were all subject to nature's laws, he said, in this life, and that was no sin, because that came from the nature of woman instituted by God, he said, and that our Blessed Lady herself said to the Archangel Gabriel, "Be it done unto me according to thy word." He was so kind and holy, and often she thought and thought, could she work a ruched tea cozy with embroidered floral design for him as a present, or a clock? But they had a clock, she noticed, on the mantelpiece, white and gold, with a canary bird that came out of a little house to tell the time, the day she went there about the flowers for the 40 hours adoration. Because it was hard to know what sort of a present to give. Or perhaps an album of illuminated views of Dublin or some place. The exasperating little brats of twins began to quarrel again, and Jackie threw the ball out towards the sea, and they both ran after it. Little monkeys common as ditch water. Someone ought to take them and give them a good hiding for themselves to keep them in their places, the both of them. And Sissy and Edie shouted after them to come back because they were afraid the tide might come in on them and be drowned. "Jackie! Tommy!" Not they. What a great notion they had. So Sissy said it was the very last time she'd ever bring them out. She jumped up and called them, and she ran down the slope past him, tossing her hair behind her, which had a good enough color if there had been more of it, but with all the thingamerry she was always rubbing into it, she couldn't get it to grow long because it wasn't natural, so she could just go and throw her hat at it. She ran with long, gandery strides. It was a wonder she didn't rip up her skirt at the side that was too tight on her, because it was a lot of the tomboy about Sissy Caffrey, and she was a forward piece whenever she thought she had a good opportunity to show off. And just because she was a good runner, she ran like that so that he could see all the end of her petticoat running, and her skinny shanks up as far as possible. It would have served her just right if she had tripped up over something accidentally on purpose with her high, crooked French heels on her to make her look tall, and got a fine tumble. Tableau. That would have been a very charming exposé for a gentleman like that to witness. Queen of angels, queen of patriarchs, queen of prophets, of all saints, they prayed, queen of the most holy rosary. And then Father Conroy handed the thurible to Canon O'Hanlon, and he put in the incense out of his jaw against the Blessed Sacrament. And Sissy Caffrey caught the 2 twins, and she was itching to give them a ringing good clip on the ear, but she didn't, because she thought he might be watching. But she never made a bigger mistake in all her life, because Gertie could see, without looking, that he never took his eyes off of her. And then Canon O'Hanlon handed the thurible back to Father Conroy, and knelt down looking up at the Blessed Sacrament, and the choir began to sing Tantum Ergo. And she just swung her foot in and out in time as the music rose and fell to the Tantum Ergo Sacramentum. 3.11 she paid for those stockings in Sparrows of George's Street on the Monday before Easter, and there wasn't a brack on them. And that was what he was looking at, transparent, and not at her insignificant ones that had neither shape nor form, the cheek of her, because he had eyes in his head to see the difference for himself. Sissy came up along the Strand with the 2 twins and their ball, with her hat anyhow on her to one side after her run, and she did look a streel, tugging the two kids along, with the flimsy blouse she bought only a fortnight before like a rag on her back, and bit of her petticoat hanging like a caricature. Gertie just took off her hat for a moment to settle her hair, and a prettier, a daintier head of nut-brown tresses was never seen on a girl's shoulders, a radiant little vision, in sooth, almost maddening in its sweetness. You would have to travel many a long mile before you found a head of hair the like of that. She could almost see the swift answering flush of admiration in his eyes that set her tingling in every nerve. She put on her hat so that she could see from underneath the brim, and swung her buckled shoe faster, for her breath caught as she caught the expression in his eyes. He was eyeing her as a snake eyes its prey. Her woman's instinct told her that she had raised the devil in him, and at the thought a burning scarlet swept from throat to brow till the lovely color of her face became a glorious rose. Edie Boardman was noticing it too, because she was squinting at Gertie, half smiling with her specs like an old maid, pretending to nurse the baby. Irritable little match she was, and always would be, and that was why no one could get on with her, poking her nose into what was no concern of hers. And she said to Gertie, "A penny for your thoughts?" "What?" replied Gertie, with a smile reinforced by the whitest of teeth. "I was only wondering, was it late?" Because she wished to goodness they'd take the snotty-nosed twins and their baby home to the mischief out of that, so that was why she just gave a gentle hint about its being late. And when Sissy came up, Edie asked her the time, and Miss Sissy, as glib as you like, said it was half-past kissing time, time to kiss again. But Edie wanted to know because they were told to be in early. "Wait," said Sissy, "while I'll ask my Uncle Peter over there what's the time by his conundrum." So over she went, and when he saw her coming, she could see him take his hand out of his pocket, getting nervous, and beginning to play with his watch chain, looking at the church. Passionate nature though he was, Gertie could see that he had enormous control over himself. One moment he had been there, fascinated by a loveliness that made him gaze, and the next moment it was the quiet, grave-faced gentleman, self-control expressed in every line of his distinguished-looking figure. Sissy said to excuse her, would he mind telling her what was the right time? And Gertie could see him taking out his watch, listening to it, and looking up and clearing his throat, and he said he was very sorry his watch was stopped, but he thought it must be after 8 because the sun was set. His voice had a cultured ring in it, and though he spoke in measured accents, there was a suspicion of a quiver in the mellow tones. Sissy said thanks, and came back with her tongue out, and said Uncle said his waterworks were out of order. Then they sang the second verse of the Tantum Ergo, and Canon O'Hanlon got up again and sensed the Blessed Sacrament and knelt down, and he told Father Conroy that one of the candles was just going to set fire to the flowers, and Father Conroy got up and settled it all right, and she could see the gentleman winding his watch and listening to the works, and she swung her leg more in and out in time. It was getting darker, but he could see, and he was looking all the time that he was winding the watch, or whatever he was doing to it, and then he put it back and put his hands back into his pockets. She felt a kind of a sensation rushing all over her, and she knew by the feel of her scalp and that irritation against her stays that that thing must be coming on, because the last time, too, was when she clipped her hair on account of the moon. His dark eyes fixed themselves on her again, drinking in her every contour, literally worshipping at her shrine. If ever there was undisguised admiration in a man's passionate gaze, it was there, plain to be seen on that man's face. "It is for you, Gertrude MacDowell, and you know it." Edie began to get ready to go, and it was high time for her, and Gertie noticed that that little hint she gave had the desired effect, because it was a long way along the Strand to where there was the place to push up the push-car, and Sissy took off the twins' caps and tidied their hair to make herself attractive, of course, and Canon O'Hanlon stood up with his coat poking up at his neck, and Father Conroy handed him the card to read off, and he read out Panem de Cielo Prestitisti Eis, and Edie and Sissy were talking about the time all the time and asking her. But Gertie could pay them back in their own coin, and she just answered with scathing politeness when Edie asked her was she heartbroken about her best boy throwing her over. Gertie winced sharply. A brief, cold blaze shone from her eyes that spoke volumes of scorn immeasurable. It hurt. Oh, yes, it cut deep, because Edie had her own quiet way of saying things like that she knew would wound, like the confounded little cat she was. Gertie's lips parted swiftly to frame the word, but she fought back the sob that rose to her throat, so slim, so flawless, so beautifully molded, it seemed one an artist might have dreamed of. She had loved him better than he knew. Light-hearted deceiver and fickle like all his sex, he would never understand what he had meant to her. And for an instant there was in the blue eyes a quick stinging of tears. Their eyes were probing her mercilessly, but with a brave effort she sparkled back in sympathy as she glanced at her new conquest for them to see. "Oh," responded Gertie, quick as lightning, laughing, and the proud head flashed up. "I can throw my cap at who I like because it's leap year." Her words rang out crystal clear, more musical than the cooing of the ring-dove. But they cut the silence icily. There was that in her young voice that told that she was not a one to be lightly trifled with. As for Mr. Reggie, with his swank and his bit of money, she could just chuck him aside as if he was so much filth, and never again would she cast as much as a second thought on him, and tear his silly postcard into a dozen pieces. And if ever after he dared to presume, she could give him one look of measured scorn that would make him shrivel up on the spot. Miss puny little Edie's countenance fell to no slight extent, and Gertie could see by her looking as black as thunder that she was simply in a towering rage, though she hid it, the little kinette, because that shaft had struck home for her petty jealousy, and they both knew that she was something aloof, apart in another sphere, that she was not of them, and there was somebody else, too, that knew it and saw it, so they could put that in their pipe and smoke it. Edie straightened up baby Boardman to get ready to go, and Sissy tucked in the ball and the spades and buckets. And it was high time, too, because the Sandman was on his way for Master Boardman, Jr., and Sissy told him, too, that Billy Winks was coming, and that Baby was to go dee-daw, and Baby looked just too ducky, laughing up out of his gleeful eyes, and Sissy poked him like that out of fun in his wee fat tummy, and Baby, without as much as by your leave, sent up his compliments onto his brand-new dribbling bib. "Oh, my puddeny pie," protested Sis. "He has his bib destroyed." The slight contretemps claimed her attention, but in 2 twos she set that little matter to rights. Gertie stifled a smothered exclamation and gave a nervous cough, and Edie asked what, and she was just going to tell her to catch it while it was flying, but she was ever ladylike in her deportment, so she simply passed it off with consummate tact by saying that that was the benediction, because just then the bell rang out from the steeple over the quiet seashore, because Canon O'Hanlon was up on the altar, with the veil that Father Conroy put round him, round his shoulders, giving the benediction, with the blessed sacrament in his hands. How moving, the scene there in the gathering twilight, the last glimpse of Erin, the touching chime of those evening bells, and at the same time a bat flew forth from the ivied belfry through the dusk, hither, thither, with a tiny lost cry, and she could see far away the lights of the lighthouses, so picturesque she would have loved to do with a box of paints, because it was easier than to make a man. And soon the lamplighter would be going his rounds past the Presbyterian church grounds, and along by shady Tritonville Avenue where the couples walked, and lighting the lamp near her window, where Reggie Wiley used to turn his freewheel, like she read in that book, The Lamplighter, by Miss Cummins, author of Mabel Vaughan and other tales. For Gertie had her dreams that no one knew of. She loved to read poetry, and when she got a keepsake from Bertha Supple of that lovely confession album with the coral pink cover to write her thoughts in, she laid it in the drawer of her toilet table, which, though it did not err on the side of luxury, was scrupulously neat and clean. It was there she kept her girlish treasures trove, the tortoise-shell combs, her Child of Mary badge, the white rose scent, the eyebrow lean, her alabaster pouncet box, and the ribbons to change when her things came home from the wash. And there were some beautiful thoughts written in it in violet ink, that she bought in Healy's of Dame Street, for she felt that she too could write poetry, if she could only express herself, like that poem that appealed to her so deeply that she had copied out of the newspaper she found one evening round the potherbs. Art Thou Real, My Ideal, it was called, by Louis J. Walsh, Marifelt. And after, there was something about Twilight, Wilt Thou Ever. And oft times the beauty of poetry, so sad in its transient loveliness, had misted her eyes with silent tears that the years were slipping by for her one by one. And, but for that one shortcoming, she knew she need fear no competition. And that was an accident coming down Dalkey Hill, and she always tried to conceal it. But it must end, she felt. If she saw that magic lure in his eyes, there would be no holding back for her. Love laughs at locksmiths. She would make the great sacrifice. Her every effort would be to share his thoughts. Dearer than the whole world would she be to him, and gild his days with happiness. There was the all-important question, and she was dying to know. Was he a married man, or a widower who had lost his wife, or some tragedy like the nobleman with the foreign name from the land of song had to have her put into a madhouse, cruel only to be kind? But even if... what then? Would it make a very great difference? From everything in the least indelicate her fine-bred nature instinctively recoiled. She loathed that sort of person, the fallen women off the accommodation walk beside the dodder that went with the soldiers and coarse men, with no respect for a girl's honor, degrading the sex and being taken up to the police station. No, no, not that. They would be just good friends, like a big brother and sister, without all that other, in spite of the conventions of society with a big S. Perhaps it was an old flame he was in mourning for from the days beyond recall. She thought she understood. She would try to understand him, because men were so different. The old love was waiting, waiting with little white hands stretched out, with blue appealing eyes. Heart of mine. She would follow her dream of love, the dictates of her heart that told her he was her all in all, the only man in all the world for her, for love was the master guide. Nothing else mattered. Come what might, she would be wild, untrammeled, free. Canon O'Hanlon put the Blessed Sacrament back into the tabernacle, and the choir sang Laudate Dominum Omnis Gentes. And then he locked the tabernacle door because the benediction was over, and Father Conroy handed him his hat to put on. And Cross-Cat Edie asked wasn't she coming, but Jackie Caffrey called out, "Oh, look, Sissy!" And they all looked. Was it sheet lightning? But Tommy saw it too over the trees beside the church, blue and then green and purple. "It's fireworks," Sissy Caffrey said. And they all ran down the Strand to see over the houses and the church, helter-skelter, Edie with a push-car with baby Boardman in it, and Sissy holding Tommy and Jackie by the hand so they wouldn't fall running. "Come on, Gertie," Sissy called. "It's the bazaar fireworks." But Gertie was adamant. She had no intention of being at their beck and call. If they could run like Rossies, she could sit so, she said. She could see from where she was. The eyes that were fastened upon her set her pulses tingling. She looked at him a moment, meeting his glance, and a light broke in upon her. White-hot passion was in that face, passion silent as the grave, and it had made her his. At last they were left alone without the others to pry and pass remarks, and she knew he could be trusted to the death, steadfast, a sterling man, a man of inflexible honor to his fingertips. His hands and face were working, and a tremor went over her. She leaned back far to look up where the fireworks were, and she caught her knee in her hand so as not to fall back looking up, and there was no one to see, only him and her, when she revealed all her graceful, beautifully shaped legs like that, supply, soft, and delicately rounded. And she seemed to hear the panting of his heart, his hoarse breathing, because she knew about the passion of men like that, hot-blooded, because Bertha Supple told her once in dead secret and made her swear she'd never, about the gentleman lodger that was staying with them out of the Congested Districts Board, that had pictures, cut out of papers of those skirt dancers and high kickers, and she said he used to do something not very nice that you could imagine sometimes in the bed. But this was altogether different from a thing like that, because there was all the difference, because she could almost feel him draw her face to his and the first quick hot touch of his handsome lips. Besides, there was absolution so long as you didn't do the other thing before being married. And there ought to be women priests that would understand without your telling out. And Sissy Caffrey, too, sometimes had that dreamy look in her eyes, so that she, too, my dear, and Winnie Rippingham, so mad about actors' photographs. And besides, it was on account of that other thing coming on the way it did. And Jackie Caffrey shouted to look. There was another. And she leaned back, and the garters were blue to match on account of the transparent, and they all saw it and shouted to look. Look, there it was. And she leaned back ever so far to see the fireworks, and something queer was flying about through the air, a soft thing, to and fro, dark. And she saw a long Roman candle going up over the trees, up, and in the tense hush they were all breathless with excitement as it went higher and higher, and she had to lean back more and more to look up after it, high, almost out of sight, and her face was suffused with a divine and entrancing blush from straining back, and he could see her other things too, nainsook knickers, the fabric that caresses the skin, better than those other petty width, the green, 4 and 11, on account of being white, and she let him. And she saw that he saw. And then it went so high it went out of sight a moment, and she was trembling in every limb from being bent so far back. He had a full view high up above her knee, no one ever, not even on the swing or wading, and she wasn't ashamed, and he wasn't either, to look in that immodest way like that, because he couldn't resist the sight of the wondrous revealment half offered, like those skirt dancers behaving so immodest before gentlemen, looking, and he kept on looking. She would fain have cried to him chokingly, held out her snowy, slender arms to him to come, to feel his lips laid on her white brow, the cry of a young girl's love, a little strangled cry, wrung from her, that cry has rung through the ages. And then a rocket sprang and bang, shot blind, and oh! Then the Roman candle burst, and it was like a sight of oh, and everyone cried oh, in raptures, and it gushed out of it a stream of rain-gold hair threads, and they shed, and they were all greeny, dewy stars falling with golden, oh, so lively, oh, so soft, sweet, soft. Then all melted away dewily in the grey air. All was silent. She glanced at him as she bent forward quickly, a pathetic little glance of piteous protest, of shy reproach under which he colored like a girl. He was leaning back against the rock behind. Leopold Bloom, for it is he, stands silent, with bowed head before those young, guileless eyes. What a brute he had been. At it again. A fair, unsullied soul had called to him, and wretch that he was, how had he answered? An utter cad he had been, he of all men. But there was an infinite store of mercy in those eyes. For him, too, a word of pardon, even though he had erred and sinned and wandered. Should a girl tell? No, 1,000 times no. That was their secret, only theirs, alone in the hiding twilight. And there was none to know or tell, save the little bat that flew so softly through the evening to and fro. And little bats don't tell. Sissy Caffrey whistled, imitating the boys in the football field to show what a great person she was, and then she cried, "Gertie! Gertie, we're going! Come on! We can see from farther up!" Gertie had an idea, one of love's little ruses. She slipped a hand into her kerchief pocket and took out the wadding, and waved, in reply, of course, without letting him, and then slipped it back. Wonder if he's too far to... She rose. Was it goodbye? No. She had to go, but they would meet again, there. And she would dream of that till then, tomorrow, of her dream of yestereve. She drew herself up to her full height. Their souls met in a last lingering glance, and the eyes that reached her heart, full of a strange shining, hung enraptured on her sweet, flower-like face. She half smiled at him wanly, a sweet, forgiving smile, a smile that verged on tears. and then they parted. Slowly, without looking back, she went down the uneven strand to Sissy, to Edie, to Jackie and Tommy Caffrey, to little baby Boardman. It was darker now, and there were stones and bits of wood on the strand, and slippy seaweed. She walked with a certain quiet dignity characteristic of her, but with care, and very slowly, because Gertie McDowell was tight boots. No, she's lame. Oh. Mr. Bloom watched her as she limped away. Poor girl. That's why she's left on the shelf and the others did a sprint. Thought something was wrong by the cut of her jib. Jilted beauty. A defect is 10 times worse in a woman, but makes them polite. Glad I didn't know it when she was on show. Hot little devil all the same. Wouldn't mind. Curiosity, like a nun or a negress or a girl with glasses. That squinty one is delicate. Near her monthlies, I expect. Makes them feel ticklish. I've such a bad headache today. Oh, where'd I put the letter? Yes, all right. All kinds of crazy longings. Licking pennies. Girl in Tranquilla Convent, that nun told me, liked to smell rock oil. Virgins go mad in the end, I suppose. Sister... How many women in Dublin have it today? Martha, she... Something in the air. That's the moon. But then why don't all women menstruate at the same time? With same moon, I mean. Depends on the time they were born, I suppose. Or all start, scratch, then get out of step. Sometimes Molly and Millie together. Anyhow, I got the best of that. Damn glad I didn't do it in the bath this morning over her silly "I will punish you" letter. Made up for that tram driver this morning. That gouger McCoy stopping me to say nothing, and his wife, engagement in the country, valise, voice like a pickaxe. Thankful for small mercies. Cheap, too, yours for the asking. Because they want it themselves, their natural craving. Shoals of them, every evening, poured out of offices. Reserve, better. Don't want it, they throw it at you. Catch 'em alive, oh. Pity they can't see themselves. A dream of well-filled hose. Where was that? Ah, yes, mutoscope pictures in Capel Street, for men only. Peeping Tom, Willie's hat, and what the girls did with it. Do they snapshot those girls? Or is it all a fake? Lingerie does it. Felt for the curves inside her déshabillé. Excites them also when they're, "I'm all clean, come and dirty me." And they like dressing one another for the sacrifice. Millie delighted with Molly's new blouse. At first, put them all on to take them all off. Molly, why I bought her the violet garters. Us too, the tie he wore, his lovely socks and turned-up trousers. He wore a pair of gaiters the night that first we met. His lovely shirt was shining beneath his what of jet. Say, a woman loses a charm with every pin she takes out. Pinned together. Oh, Mary lost the pin of her. Dressed up to the nines for somebody. Fashion part of their charm. Just changes when you're on the track of the secret. Except the East. Mary, Martha, now as then. No reasonable offer refused. She wasn't in a hurry either. Always off to a fellow when they are. They never forget an appointment. Out on spec, probably. They believe in chance because, like themselves. And the others inclined to give her an odd dig. Girlfriends at school, arms round each other's neck, or with 10 fingers locked, kissing, and whispering secrets about nothing in the convent garden. Nuns with whitewashed faces, cool coif, and their rosaries going up and down, vindictive too for what they can't get. Barbed wire. Be sure now and write to me, and I'll write to you. Now won't you? Molly and Josie Powell. Till Mr. Wright comes along, then meet once in a blue moon. Tableau. Oh, look who it is, for the love of God. How are you at all? What have you been doing with yourself? Kiss, and delighted to kiss, to see you. Picking holes in each other's appearance. You're looking splendid. Sister souls showing their teeth at one another. How many of you left? Wouldn't lend each other a pinch of salt. Devils they are when that's coming on them. Dark, devilish appearance. Molly often told me feel things a ton weight. Scratch the sole of my foot. Oh, that way. Oh, that's exquisite. Feel it myself, too. Good to rest once in a way. Wonder if it's bad to go with them then. Safe in one way. Turns milk, makes fiddle strings snap. Something about withering plants I read in a garden. Besides, they say if the flower withers she wears, she's a flirt. All are. Dare say she felt I... When you feel like that, you often meet what you feel. Liked me or what? Dress they look at. Always know a fella courting, collars and cuffs. Well, cocks and lions do the same, and stags. Same time, might prefer a tie undone or something. Trousers? Suppose when I was... No. Gently does it. Dislike rough and tumble. Kiss in the dark and never tell. Saw something in me. Wonder what? Sooner have me as I am than some poet chap with bear's grease, plastery hair, lovelock over his dexter optic. To aid gentlemen in literary... Ought to attend to my appearance, my age. Didn't let her see me in profile. Still, you never know. Pretty girls and ugly men marrying, Beauty and the Beast. Besides, I can't be so... If Molly... Took off her hat to show her hair. Wide brim bought to hide her face. Meeting someone might know her, bend down, or carry a bunch of flowers to smell. Hair strong in rut. 10 bob I got from Molly's combings when we were on the rocks in Hollis Street. Why not? Suppose he gave her money. Why not? All a prejudice. She's worth 10, 15, more, a pound. All that for nothing. Bold hand. Mrs. Marion. Did I forget to write address on that letter, like the postcard I sent to Flynn? And the day I went to Drimmy's without a necktie, wrangle with Molly it was, put me off. No, I remember. Richie Goulding. He's another. Weighs on his mind. Funny, my watch stopped at 4:30. Dust. Shark liver oil they used to clean. Could do it myself, save. Was that just when she... Oh, he did. Into her. She did. Done. Ah. Mr. Bloom, with careful hand, recomposed his wet shirt. Oh, Lord, that little limping devil begins to feel cold and clammy. After effect not pleasant. Still, you have to get rid of it some way. They don't care. Compliment it.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Perhaps. Go home to nicey bread and milky and say night prayers with the kiddies. Well, aren't they? See her as she is, spoil all. Must have the stage setting, the rouge, costume, position, music, the name, too. Amours of actresses, Nell Gwynn, Mrs. Bracegirdle, Mort Branscombe. Curtain up, moonlight, silver effulgence, maiden discovered with pensive bosom, little sweetheart, come and kiss me. Still, I feel the strength it gives a man. That's the secret of it. Good job I let off there behind coming out of Dignam's. Cider, that was. Otherwise I couldn't have... Makes you want to sing after. La cause es santarateras. Suppose I spoke to her. What about? Bad plan, however, if you don't know how to end the conversation. Ask them a question, they ask you another. Good idea if you're in a cart. Wonderful, of course, if you say, good evening, and you see she's on for it. Good evening. Oh, but the dark evening in the Appian Way, I nearly spoke to Mrs. Clinch, thinking she was... Who? Girl in Meath Street that night. All the dirty things I made her say, all wrong, of course. My arcs, she called it. It's so hard to find one who... if you don't answer when they solicit, must be horrible for them till they harden. and kissed my hand when I gave her the extra 2 shillings. Parrots. Press the button and the bird will squeak. Wish she hadn't called me sir. Oh, her mouth in the dark. And you a married man with a single girl. That's what they enjoy, taking a man from another woman, or even hear of it. Different with me. Glad to get away from other chap's wife, eating off his cold plate. Chap in the Burton today, spitting back gum-chewed gristle. French letter still in my pocketbook. Cause of half the trouble. But might happen sometime. I don't think. Come in, all is prepared. I dreamt. What? Worst is beginning. How they change the venue when it's not what they like. Ask you, do you like mushrooms because she once knew a gentleman who, or ask you what someone was going to say when he changed his mind and stopped. Yet, if I went the whole hog, say, I want to, something like that. Because I did, she too. Offend her. Then make it up. Pretend to want something awfully, then cry off for her sake. Flatters them. She must have been thinking of someone else all the time. What harm? Must, since she came to the use of reason, he, and he. First kiss does the trick. The propitious moment. Something inside them goes pop. Mushy-like, tell by their eye on the sly. First thoughts are best. Remember that till their dying day. Molly, Lieutenant Mulvey that kissed her under the Moorish wall beside the gardens. 15, she told me, but her breasts were developed. Fell asleep then, after Gencree dinner, that was, when we drove home the Featherbed Mountain, gnashing her teeth in sleep. Lord Mayor had his eye on her, too, Val Dillon. Apoplectic. There she is with them down there for the fireworks. My fireworks, up like a rocket, down like a stick. And the children, twins they must be, waiting for something to happen. Want to be grown-ups. Dressing in mother's clothes. Time enough, understand all the ways of the world. And the dark one with the mop head and the nigger mouth. I knew she could whistle, mouth made for that. Like Molly. Why, that high-class whore in Jamet's wore her veil only to her nose. Would you mind please telling me the right time? I'll tell you the right time up a dark lane. Say prunes and prisms 40 times every morning, cure for fat lips. Caressing the little boy, too. Onlookers see most of the game. Of course they understand birds, animals, babies, in their line. Didn't look back when she was going down the Strand. Wouldn't give that satisfaction. Those girls, those lovely seaside girls. Fine eyes she had, clear. It's the white of the eye brings that out, not so much the pupil. Did she know what I... Of course. Like a cat sitting beyond a dog's jump. Women never meet one like that Wilkins in the high school drawing a picture of Venus with all his belongings on show. Call that innocence? Poor idiot. His wife has her work cut out for her. Never see them sit on a bench marked wet paint? Eyes all over them. Look under the bed for what's not there, longing to get the fright of their lives. Sharp as needles they are. When I said to Molly the man at the corner of Cuff Street was good-looking, thought she might like, twigged at once he had a false arm. Had, too. Where did they get that? Typist going up Roger Green's stairs 2 at a time to show her understandings. Handed down from father to mother to daughter, I mean. Bred in the bone. Millie, for example, drying her handkerchief on the mirror to save the ironing. Best place for an ad to catch a woman's eye on a mirror. And when I sent her for Molly's paisley shawl to Prescott's, by the way, that ad I must, carrying home the change in her stocking. Clever little minx. I never told her. Neat way she carries parcels, too. Attract men, small things like that. Holding up her hand, shaking it to let the blood flow back when it was red. Who'd you learn that from? Nobody, something the nurse taught me. Oh, don't they know. 3 years old she was, in front of Molly's dressing table just before we left Lombard Street West. Me have a nice face. Mullingar. Who knows? Ways of the world. Young student. Straight on her pins anyway, not like the other. Still she was game. Lord, I am wet. Devil you are. Swell of her calf. Transparent stockings stretched to breaking point. Not like that frump today. A.E. rumpled stockings. Or the one in Grafton Street. White. Wow. Beef to the heel. A monkey puzzle rocket burst, spluttering and darting crackles. Zrads and zrads, zrads, zrads. And Sissy and Tommy ran out to sea, and Edie after with a push-car, and then Gertie beyond the curve of the rocks. Will she? Watch, watch. See? Looked round. She smelt an onion. Darling, I saw all. Lord, it did me good all the same. Off colour after Kiernan's, Dignam's. For this relief, much thanks. In Hamlet, that is. Lord, it was all things combined. Excitement. When she leaned back, felt an ache at the butt of my tongue. Your head, it simply swirls. He's right. Might have made a worse fool of myself, however. Instead of talking about nothing. Then I will tell you all. Still, it was a kind of language between us. It couldn't be? No. Gertie, they called her. Might be a false name, however. Like my... and the address Dolphin's Barn, a blind. Her maiden name was Jemima Brown, and she lived with her mother in Irish Town. Place made me think of that, I suppose. All tarred with the same brush, wiping pens in their stockings. But the ball rolled down to her as if it understood. Every bullet has its billet. Of course, I never could throw anything straight at school, crooked as a ram's horn. Sad, however, because it lasts only a few years till they settle down to pot-walloping, and Papa's pants will soon fit Willie, and Fuller's earth for the baby when they hold him out to do ah-ah. No soft job. Saves them, keeps them out of harm's way. Nature. Washing child, washing corpse. Dignam. Children's hands always round them. Coconut skulls, monkeys, not even closed at first. Sour milk in their swaddles and tainted curds. Oughtn't to have given that child an empty teat to suck, fill it up with wind. Mrs. Beaufoy, Purefoy, must call to the hospital. Wonder is Nurse Callan there still? She used to look over some nights when Molly was in the coffee palace. That young Dr. O'Hare, I noticed her brushing his coat. And Mrs. Breen and Mrs. Dignam, once like that too. Marriageable. Worst of all at night, Mrs. Duggan told me in the City Arms. Husband rolling in drunk, stink of pub off him like a polecat. Have that in your nose in the dark, whiff of stale booze. Then ask in the morning, was I drunk last night? Bad policy, however, to fault the husband. Chickens come home to roost. They stick by one another like glue. Maybe the women's fault also. That's where Molly can knock spots off them. It is the blood of the South. Moorish. Also the form, the figure. Hands felt for the opulent. Just compare, for instance, those others. Wife locked up at home, skeleton in the cupboard. Allow me to introduce my... Then they trot you out some kind of a nondescript, wouldn't know what to call her. Always see a fellow's weak point in his wife. Still, there's destiny in it, falling in love. Have their own secrets between them. Chaps that would go to the dogs if some woman didn't take them in hand. Then little chits of girls, height of a shilling in coppers, with little hubbies. As God made them, he matched them. Sometimes children turn out well enough. Twice naught makes one. Or old rich chap of 70 and blushing bride, marry in May and repent in December. This wet is very unpleasant. Stuck. Well, the foreskin is not back. Better detach. Ow! Other hand, a 6-footer with a wifey up to his watch pocket. Long and the short of it. Big he and little she. Very strange about my watch. Wristwatches are always going wrong. Wonder is there any magnetic influence between the person, because that was about the time he... Yes, I suppose at once. Cat's away, the mice will play. I remember looking in Pill Lane. Also that now is magnetism. Back of everything, magnetism. Earth, for instance, pulling this and being pulled. That causes movement. And time, well, that's the time the movement takes. Then if one thing stopped, the whole gazebo would stop bit by bit, because it's arranged. Magnetic needle tells you what's going on in the sun, the stars. Little piece of steel iron. When you hold out the fork. Come, come, tip. Woman and man, that is. Fork and steel. Molly, he. Dress up and look and suggest and let you see and see more and defy you if you're a man to see that and like a sneeze coming. Legs, look, look, and if you have any guts in you, tip. Have to let fly. Wonder how is she feeling in that region? Shame all put on before third person. More put out about a hole in her stocking. Molly, her underjaw stuck out, head back about the farmer in the riding boots and spurs at the horse show. And when the painters were in Lombard Street West, fine voice that fella had, how Giulini began. Smell that, I did. Like flowers. It was, too. Violets. Came from the turpentine, probably, in the paint. Make their own use of everything. Same time doing it, scraped her slipper on the floor so they wouldn't hear. But lots of them can't kick the beam, I think. Keep that thing up for hours. Kind of a general all-round over me and half down my back. Wait. Yes, that's her perfume. Why, she waved her hand. I leave you this to think of me when I'm far away on the pillow. What is it, heliotrope? No. Hyacinth? Roses, I think. She'd like scent of that kind, sweet and cheap, soon sour. Why, Molly likes opopanax. Suits her with a little jessamine mixed. Her high notes and her low notes. At the dance night she met him, dance of the hours. Heat brought it out. She was wearing her black, and it had the perfume of the time before. Good conductor, is it, or bad? Light, too. Suppose there's some connection. For instance, if you go into a cellar where it's dark. Mysterious thing, too. Why did I smell it only now? Took its time in coming. Like herself, slow but sure. Suppose it's ever so many millions of tiny grains blown across. Yes, it is, because those Spice Islands, Singalese this morning, smelled them leagues off. Tell you what it is. It's like a fine veil or web they have all over the skin. Fine like, what do you call it, gossamer. And they're always spinning it out of them, fine as anything, rainbow colors without knowing it. Clings to everything she takes off. Vamp of her stockings, warm shoe, stays, drawers. Little kick taking them off. Bye-bye till next time. Also, the cat likes to sniff in her shift on the bed. Know her smell in 1,000. Bath water, too. Reminds me of strawberries and cream. Wonder where it is, really. There, or the armpits, or under the neck. Because you get it out of all holes and corners. Hyacinth perfume made of oil, or ether, or something. Muskrat. Bag under their tails, one grain, pour off odor for years. Dogs at each other behind. Good evening, evening. How do you sniff? Very well, thank you. Animals go by that. Yes, now, look at it that way. We're the same. Some women, for instance, warn you off when they have their period. Come near and get a hogo you can hang your hat on. Like what? Potted herrings gone stale or, boof, please keep off the grass. Perhaps they get a man's smell off us. What, though? Cigar-y gloves Long John had on his desk the other. Breath? What you eat and drink gives that. No, man's smell, I mean. Must be connected with that, because priests that are supposed to be are different. Women buzz round it like flies round treacle. Railed off the altar, get onto it at any cost. The tree of forbidden priest. Oh, Father, will you let me be the first to... That diffuses itself all through the body, permeates. Source of life. And it's extremely curious, the smell. Celery sauce. Let me... Mr. Bloom inserted his nose into the opening of his waistcoat. Almonds or... no, lemons it is. Ah, no, that's the soap. Oh, by the by, that lotion. I knew there was something on my mind. Never went back, and the soap not paid. Dislike carrying bottles like that hag this morning. Hines might have paid me that 3 shillings. I could mention Mars just to remind him. Still, if he works that paragraph... 2 and 9. Bad opinion of me he'll have. Call tomorrow. How much do I owe you? 3 and 9? 2 and 9, sir. Ah. Might stop him, give him credit another time. Lose your customers that way. Pubs do. Fella run up a bill on the slate and then slinking around the back streets into somewhere else. Here's this nobleman passed before, blown in from the bay. Just went as far as turned back. Always at home at dinner time. Looks mangled out. Had a good tuck-in. Enjoying nature now, grace after meals. After supper, walk a mile. Sure he has a small bank balance somewhere. Government sit. Walk after him now, make him awkward like those newsboys me today. Still you learn something. See ourselves as others see us. So long as women don't mock, what matter? That's the way to find out. Ask yourself, who is he now? The mystery man on the beach. Prize Titbit story by Mr. Leopold Bloom. Payment at the rate of 1 guinea per column. And that fella today at the graveside in the brown mackintosh. Corns on his kismet, however. Healthy, perhaps absorb all the... Whistle brings rain, they say. Must be some somewhere. Salt in the Ormond, damp. The body feels the atmosphere. Old Betty's joints are on the rack. Mother Shipton's prophecy, that is, about ships. Around they fly in the twinkling... No, signs of rain it is, the Royal Reader. And distant hills seem coming nigh. Howth, Bailey Light. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. See? Has to change, or they might think it a house. Wreckers. Grace, darling. People afraid of the dark. Also glowworms, cyclists, lighting up time. Jewels, diamonds flash better. Light is a kind of reassuring, not going to hurt you. Better now, of course, than long ago. Country roads run you through the small guts for nothing. Still 2 types there are you bob against. Scowl or smile. Pardon, not at all. Best time to spray plants, too, in the shade after the sun. Some light still. Red rays are longest. Roy Jabiv, Vance taught us. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. A star I see. Venus? Can't tell yet. 2. When 3, it's night. Were those night clouds there all the time? Looks like a phantom ship. No, wait. Trees, are they? An optical illusion. Mirage. Land of the setting sun, this. Home rule sun setting in the southeast. My native land, good night. Dew falling. Bad for you, dear, to sit on that stone. Brings on white fluxions. Never have little baby then, less he was big, strong, fight his way up through. Might get piles myself. Sticks, too, like a summer cold, sore on the mouth. Cut with grass or paper, worst. Friction of the position. Like to be that rock she sat on. Oh, sweet little, you don't know how nice you looked. I begin to like them at that age. Green apples, grab at all that offer. Suppose it's the only time we cross legs seated. Also the library today, those girl graduates. Happy chairs under them. But it's the evening influence, they feel all that. Open like flowers, know their hours, sunflowers, Jerusalem artichokes. In ballrooms, chandeliers, avenues under the lamps. Night stalk in Matt Dillon's garden where I kissed her shoulder. Wish I had a full-length oil painting of her then. June that was, too, I wooed. The year returns. History repeats itself. Ye crags and peaks, I'm with you once again. Life, love, voyage round your own little world. And now... Sad about her lame, of course, but must be on your guard not to feel too much pity. They take advantage. All quiet on Howth now. the distant hills seem, where we, the rhododendrons. I'm a fool, perhaps. He gets the plums and I the plumstones, where I come in. All that old hill has seen. Names change, that's all. Lovers, yum yum. Tired I feel now. Will I get up? Oh, wait. Drained all the manhood out of me, little wretch. She kissed me. My youth. Never again. Only once it comes. Or hers. Take the train there tomorrow. No. Returning not the same. Like kids your second visit to a house. The new I want. Nothing new under the sun. Care of Post Office, Dolphin's Barn. Are you not happy in your naughty darling? At Dolphin's Barn, charades in Luke Doyle's house. Matt Dillon and his bevy of daughters, Tiny, Attie, Floey, Mamie, Louie, Hetty. Molly, too. 87 that was. Year before we... And the old Major, partial to his drop of spirits. Curious. She an only child, I an only child. So it returns. Think you're escaping and run into yourself. Longest way round is the shortest way home. And just when he and she... Circus horse walking in a ring. Rip Van Winkle we played. Rip, tear in Henny Doyle's overcoat. Van, bread van delivering. Winkle, cockles and periwinkles. Then I did Rip Van Winkle coming back. She leaned on the sideboard, watching. Moorish eyes. 20 years asleep in Sleepy Hollow. All changed, forgotten. The young are old. His gun rusty from the dew. Bat. What is that flying about? Swallow? Bat, probably. Thinks I'm a tree, so blind. Have birds no smell? Metempsychosis. They believed you could be changed into a tree from grief. Weeping willow. Bat. There he goes. Funny little beggar. Wonder where he lives. Belfry up there, very likely. Hanging by his heels in the odor of sanctity. Bells scared him out, I suppose. Mass seems to be over. Could hear them all at it. Pray for us, and pray for us, and pray for us. Good idea, the repetition. Same thing with ads. Buy from us, and buy from us. Yes, there's the light in the priest's house. Their frugal meal. Remember about the mistake in the valuation when I was in Tom's. 28 it is. 2 houses they have. Gabriel Conroy's brother is curate. Bat. Again. Wonder why they come out at night like mice. They're a mixed breed. Birds are like hopping mice. What frightens them, light or noise? Better sit still. All instinct. Like the bird in drought got water out of the end of a jar by throwing in pebbles. Like a little man in a cloak he is, with tiny hands, weeny bones, almost see them shimmering, kind of a bluey white. Colors depend on the light you see. Stare the sun, for example, like the eagle, then look at a shoe, see a blotch, blob, yellowish. Wants to stamp his trademark on everything. Instance, that cat this morning on the staircase, color of brown turf. Say you never see them with 3 colors. Not true. That half-tabby white tortoiseshell in the City Arms with the letter M on her forehead. Body 50 different colors. How, the while ago, amethyst. Glass flashing. That's how that wise man, what's his name, with a burning glass. Then the heather goes on fire. It can't be tourists' matches. What? Perhaps the sticks dry, rubbed together in the wind and light. Or broken bottles in the furs act as a burning glass in the sun. Archimedes, I have it. My memory's not so bad. That. Who knows what they're always flying for? Insects? That bee last week got into the room playing with the shadow on the ceiling. Might be the one bit me come back to see. Birds, too, never find out what they say, like our small talk. And says she, and says he. Nerve? They have to fly over the ocean and back. Lot must be killed in storms, telegraph wires. Dreadful life sailors have, too. Big brutes of ocean-going steamers floundering along in the dark, lowing out like sea cows. Fogabala! Out of that, bloody curse to you. Others in vessels, bit of a handkerchief sail, pitched about like snuff at a wake when the stormy winds do blow. Married, too, sometimes away for years at the ends of the earth somewhere. No ends, really, because it's round. Wife in every port, they say. She has a good job if she minds it till Johnny comes marching home again, if ever he does. Smelling the tail end of ports. How can they like the sea? Yet they do. The anchor's weighed, off he sails with a scapular or a medal on him for luck. Well, and the tefillin, no, what's this they call it, poor Papa's father had on his door to touch, that brought us out of the land of Egypt and into the house of bondage. Something in all those superstitions, because when you go out, never know what dangers, hanging onto a plank or astride of a beam for grim life belt round him, gulping salt water, and that's the last of his nibs till the sharks catch hold of him. Do fish ever get seasick? Then you have a beautiful calm without a cloud, smooth sea, placid, crew and cargo and smithereens, Davy Jones's locker. Moon looking down. Not my fault, old cockalorum. A lost, long candle wandered up the sky from Mirror's Bazaar in search of funds for Mercer's hospital, and broke, drooping, and shed a cluster of violet, but one white stars. They floated, fell, they faded. The shepherd's hour, the hour of holding, hour of tryst. From house to house, giving his ever-welcome double knock, went the 9 o'clock postman, the glow-worm's lamp at his belt gleaming here and there through the laurel hedges. And among the 5 young trees, a hoisted linstock lit the lamp at Leahy's terrace. By screens of lighted windows, by equal gardens, a shrill voice went crying, wailing, "Evening Telegraph, stop press edition, result to the Gold Cup race." And from the door of Dignam's house a boy ran out and called. Twittering, the bat flew here, flew there. Far out over the sands the coming surf crept, grey. Howled, settled for slumber, tired of long days, of yum-yum rhododendrons, he was old, and felt gladly the night breeze lift, ruffle his fell of ferns. He lay, but opened a red eye, unsleeping, deep and slowly breathing, slumberous but awake. And far on Kish Bank the anchored lightship twinkled, winked at Mr. Bloom. Life those chaps out there must have, stuck in the same spot. Irish Lights Board, penance for their sins. Coast Guards, too, rocket and breeches buoy and lifeboat. Day we went out for the pleasure cruise and the Erin's King, throwing them the sack of old papers. Bears in the zoo. Filthy trip. Drunkards out to shake up their livers, puking overboard to feed the herrings. Nausea. And the women, fear of God in their faces. Millie, no sign of funk. Her blue scarf loose, laughing. Don't know what death is at that age. And then their stomachs clean, but being lost they fear. When we hid behind the tree at Crumlin, I didn't want to. Mama, Mama. Babes in the wood. Frightening them with masks, too, throwing them up in the air to catch them. I'll murder you. Is it only half fun? Or children playing battle, whole earnest? How can people aim guns at each other? Sometimes they go off. Poor kids. Only troubles, wildfire and nettle rash. Calomel purge I got her for that. After getting better, asleep with Molly. Very same teeth she has. What do they love? Another themselves? But the morning she chased her with the umbrella, perhaps so as not to hurt. I felt her pulse, ticking. Little hand it was, now big. Dearest Popley. All that the hand says when you touch. Loved to count my waistcoat buttons. Her first stays, I remember, made me laugh to see. Little paps to begin with. Left one is more sensitive, I think. Mine, too, nearer the heart. Padding themselves out if fat is in fashion. Her growing pains at night, calling, wakening me. Frightened she was when her nature came on her first. Poor child. Strange moment for the mother, too. Brings back her girlhood. Gibraltar, looking from Buena Vista. O'Hara's tower, the seabirds screaming. Old Barbary ape that gobbled all his family. Sundown, gunfire for the men to cross the lines. Looking out over the sea, she told me. Evening like this, but clear, no clouds. I always thought I'd marry a lord or a gentleman with a private yacht. Buenas noches, señorita. El hombre ama la muchacha hermosa. Why me? Because you were so foreign from the others. Better not stick here all night like a limpet. This weather makes you dull. Must be getting on for 9 by the light. Go home, too late for Leah Lily of Killarney. No. Might be still up. Call to the hospital to see. Hope she's over. Long day I've had. Martha, the bath, funeral, House of Keys, museum with those goddesses, Daedalus' song. Then that baller in Barney Kiernan's. Got my own back there. Drunken ranters. What I said about his God made him wince. Mistake to hit back. Or... no. Ought to go home and laugh at themselves. Always want to be swilling in company. Afraid to be alone like a child of 2. Suppose he hit me. Look at it other way round. Not so bad then. Perhaps not to hurt, he meant. 3 cheers for Israel. 3 cheers for the sister-in-law he hawked about. 3 fangs in her mouth. Same style of beauty. Particularly nice old party for a cup of tea. The sister of the wife of the wild man of Borneo has just come to town. Imagine that in the early morning at close range. Everyone to his taste, as Morris said when he kissed the cow. But Dignam's put the boots on it. Houses of mourning so depressing because you never know. Anyhow, she wants the money. Must call to those Scottish widows as I promised. Strange name. Takes it for granted we're going to pop off first. That widow, on Monday was it? Outside Kramer's that looked at me. Buried the poor husband, but progressing favorably on the premium. Her widows might. Well, what do you expect her to do? Must wheedle her way along. Widower I hate to see. Looks so forlorn. Poor man O'Connor, wife and 5 children poisoned by mussels here. The sewage. Hopeless. Some good matronly woman in a pork pie hat to mother him. Take him in tow. Plait her face in a large apron. Ladies' grey flannelette bloomers, 3 shillings a pair, astonishing bargain. Plain and loved, loved forever, they say. Ugly, no woman thinks she is. Love, lie, and be handsome, for tomorrow we die. See him sometimes walking about trying to find out who played the trick. U.P. up. Fate, that is. He, not me. Also a shop often noticed. Curse seems to dog it. Dreamt last night. Wait, something confused. She had red slippers on, Turkish. Wore the breeches. I suppose she does. Would I like her in pajamas? Damn hard to answer. Nanetti's gone. Mailboat. Near Holyhead by now. Must nail that ad of Keyes's. Work Hines and Crawford. Petticoats for Molly. She has something to put in them. What's that? Might be money. Mr. Bloom stooped and turned over a piece of paper on the strand. He brought it near his eyes and peered. Letter? No, can't read. Better go. Better. I'm tired to move. Page of an old copybook. All those holes and pebbles, who could count them? Never know what you find. Bottle with story of a treasure in it thrown from a wreck. Parcels post. Children always want to throw things in the sea. Trust. Bread cast on the waters. What's this? Bit of stick. Oh, exhausted that female has me. Not so young now. Will she come here tomorrow? Wait for her somewhere forever. Must come back, murderers do. Will I? Mr. Bloom with his stick gently vexed the thick sand at his foot. Write a message for her. Might remain. What? Some flat-foot tramp on it in the morning. Useless. Washed away. Tide comes here, a pool near her foot. Bend, see my face there, dark mirror, breathe on it, stirs. All these rocks with lines and scars and letters. Oh, those transparent. Besides, they don't know. What is the meaning of that other world? I called you naughty boy because I do not like... No room, let it go. Mr. Bloom effaced the letters with his slow boot. Hopeless thing, sand. Nothing grows in it, all fades. No fear of big vessels coming up here, except Guinness's barges. Round the Kish in 80 days. Done half by design. He flung his wooden pen away. The stick fell in silted sand, stuck. Now, if you were trying to do that for a week on end, you couldn't. Chance. We'll never meet again, but it was lovely. Goodbye, dear, thanks. Made me feel so young. Short snooze now if I had. Must be near 9. Liverpool boat long gone, not even the smoke. And she can do the other. Did, too. And Belfast. I won't go. Race there, race back to Ennis. Let him. Just close my eyes a moment. Won't sleep, though. Half dream. Never comes the same. Bat again. No harm in him. Just a few... Oh, sweetie, oily little girl, white up I saw, dirty brace girdle, made me do, love sticky, we too naughty, Grace, darling. She, him, half past the bed, met him pike hoses, frillies for Raoul to perfume your wife, black hair, heave under arm-bone, senorita, young eyes, mulvey, plump, years, dreams return, tail end, agendat, swoony lovey showed me her next year, in drawers, return next, in her, next, her, next. A bat flew, here, there, here. Far in the grey a bell chimed. Mr. Bloom, with open mouth, his left boot sanded sideways, leaned, breathed. Just for a few. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. The clock on the mantelpiece in the priest's house cooed where Canon O'Hanlon and Father Conroy and the Reverend John Hughes, S.J., were taking tea and soda bread and butter and fried mutton chops with catsup and talking about cuckoo, 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 because it was a little canary bird that came out of its little house to tell the time that Gertie McDowell noticed the time she was there, because she was as quick as anything about a thing like that was Gertie McDowell, and she noticed at once that that foreign gentleman that was sitting on the rocks looking was cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Deshul holles seamus, Deshul holles seamus, Deshul holles seamus. Send us, bright one, light one, hoar horn, quickening in womb fruit. Send us, bright one, light one, hoar horn, quickening in womb fruit. Send us, bright one, light one, hoar horn, quickening and womb fruit. Hoopsa, boy, hoopsa. Hoopsa, boy, hoopsa. Hoopsa, boy, hoopsa. Universally, that person's acumen is esteemed very little perceptive concerning whatsoever matters are being held as most profitable by mortals with sapience endowed to be studied, who is ignorant of that which the most in doctrine erudite, and certainly by reason of that in them high mind's ornament deserving of veneration, constantly maintain, when by general consent they affirm that other circumstances being equal, By no exterior splendor is the prosperity of a nation more efficaciously asserted than by the measure of how far forward may have progressed the tribute of its solicitude for that proliferant continuance which of evils the original, if it be absent, when fortunately present, constitutes the certain sign of omnipotent nature's incorrupted benefaction. For who is there, who anything of some significance has apprehended, but is conscious that that exterior splendor may be the surface of a downward-tending, luculent reality, or, on the contrary, anyone so is therein illuminated as not to perceive that as no nature's boon can contend against the bounty of increase, so it behooves every most just citizen to become the exhortator and admonisher of his semblables, and to tremble lest what had in the past been by the nation excellently commenced might be in the future not with similar excellence accomplished, if an inverecond habit shall have gradually traduced the honorable by ancestors transmitted customs to that vither of profundity that one was audacious excessively who would have the hardihood to rise affirming that no more odious offense can for anyone be than to oblivious neglect to consign that evangel, simultaneously command and promise, which on all mortals with prophecy of abundance, or with diminution's menace that exalted of reiteratedly procreating function ever irrevocably enjoined? It is not why, therefore, we shall wonder, if, as the best historians relate, among the Celts, who nothing that was not in its nature admirable admired, the art of medicine shall have been highly honored, not to speak of hostels, leper yards, sweating chambers, plague graves. Their greatest doctors, the O'Shiels, the O'Hickeys, the O'Lees, have sedulously set down the divers methods by which the sick and the relapsed found again health, whether the malady had been trembling, withering, or loose boyconal flux. Certainly in every public work which in it anything of gravity contains, preparation should be with importance commensurate, and therefore a plan was by them adopted, whether by having preconsidered, or as the maturation of experience, it is difficult in being said, which the discrepant opinions of subsequent inquirers are not up to the present conclude to render manifest, whereby maternity was so far from all accident possibility removed, that whatever care the patient in that all hardest of woman hour chiefly required, and not solely for the copiously opulent, but also for her who, not being sufficiently moneyed, scarcely, and often not even scarcely, could subsist, valiantly and for an inconsiderable emolument was provided. To her nothing already then and thenceforward was any way able to be molestful. For this chiefly felt all citizens, except with proliferant mothers, prosperity at all not to can be, and as they had received eternity, God's mortals' generation, to befit them her beholding, when the case was so having itself, parturient and vehicle thereward, carrying desire immense among all one another, was impelling on of her to be received into that domicile. O thing of prudent nation, not merely in being seen, but also even in being related, worthy of being praised, that they her by anticipation went seeing mother, that she by them suddenly to be about to be cherished had been begun, she felt. Before born, babe bliss had, within womb one he worshipped. Whatever in that one case done, commodiously done was. A couch by midwives attended, with wholesome food, reposeful, cleanest swaddles, as though forth-bringing were now done and by wise foresight set. But to this, no less of what drugs there is need, and surgical implements which are pertaining to her case not omitting, aspect of all very distracting spectacles in various latitudes by our terrestrial orb offered, together with images divine and human, the cogitation of which by sejunct females is to tumescence conducive, or eases issue in the high sun-bright well-built fair home of mothers, when ostensibly far gone and reproductive, it is come by her thereto to lie in, her term up. Some man that wayfaring was, stood by house door at night's oncoming. Of Israel's folk was that man, that on earth wandering far had fared. Stark ruth of man his errand, that him lone led till that house. Of that house, a horn is Lord, 70 beds keeps he there, teeming mothers are wont that they lie for to thole and bring forth bairns hale, so God's angel to Mary quoth. Watchers they there walk, white sisters in ward sleepless, smarts they still, sickness soothing, in 12 moons thrice 100. Truest bed thanes they twain are, for horn holding wariest ward. In ward weary the watcher, hearing come that man mild-hearted, eft rising with swiry wimpled, to him her gate wide undid. Lo, Levin leaping lightens in eye-blink Ireland's westward welkin. Full she dread that God the Wreaker all mankind would fordo with water for his evil sins. Christ's rood made she on breastbone, and him drew that he would rave in fair under her thatch. That man, her will wotting worthful, went in Horn's house. Loth to irk, in Horn's hall, hat holding the seeker stood. On her stow he ere was living with dear wife and lovesome daughter, that then over land and sea floor 9 year had long outwandered. Once, her in town hithe meeting, he to her bow had not doffed. Her to forgive now he craved, with good ground of her allowed, that of him swift-seen face, hers, so young then had looked. Light swift her eyes kindled, bloom of blushes his word winning. As her eyes then ongot his weeds swart, therefore sorrow she feared. Glad after she was, that e'er a dread was. Her he asked if O'Hare doctor tidings sent from far coast, and she with grameful sigh him answered that O'Hare doctor in heaven was. Sad was the man that word to hear, that him so heavied in bowels ruthful. All she there told him, ruing death for friend so young, Allgate sore unwilling God's right wiseness to withsay. She said that he had a fair sweet death through God his goodness, with mass priest to be shriven, holy housel, and sick men's oil to his limbs. The man then right earnest asked the nun of which death the dead man was died. And the nun answered him and said that he was died in Mona Island, through belly crab 3 year agone come Childermas. And she prayed to God the all-ruthful to have his dear soul in his undeathliness. He heard her sad words, in held hat sad staring. So stood they there both a while in one hope, sorrowing one with other. Therefore every man, look to that last end that is thy death, and the dust that gripeth on every man that is born of woman. For as he came naked forth from his mother's womb, so naked shall he wend him at the last, for to go as he came. The man that was come into the house then spoke to the nursing woman, and asked her how it fared with the woman that lay there in childbed. The nursing woman answered him, and said that that woman was in throes now full 3 days, and that it would be a hard birth, uneathe to bear, but that now in a little it would be. She said thereto that she had seen many births of women, but never was none so hard as was that woman's birth. Then she set it forth all to him, that time had lived nigh that house. The man hearkened to her words, for he felt with wonder women's woe in the travail that they have of motherhood. And he wondered to look on her face, that was a young face for any man to see, but yet was she left after long years a handmaid. 9-12 blood flows, chiding her childless. And whiles they spake, the door of the castle was opened, and there nighed them a mickle noise, as of many that sat there at meat. And there came against the place as they stood a young learning knight yclept Dixon. And the traveller Leopold was couth to him, sithen it had happened that they had had ado each with other in the house of Misericorde, where this learning knight lay, by cause the traveller Leopold came there to be healed. For he was sore wounded in his breast by a spear, wherewith a horrible and dreadful dragon was smitten him, for which he did do make a salve of volatile salt and chrism, as much as he might suffice. And he said now that he should go into that castle for to make merry with them that were there, and the traveller Leopold said that he should go otherwhither. for he was a man of courtels and a subtle. Also the lady was of his abyss, and reproved the learning knight, though she trowed well that the traveller had said thing that was false for his subtlety. But the learning knight would not here say nay, nor do her mandament, ne have him in aught contrarious to his list, and he said how it was a marvellous castle. And the traveller Leopold went into the castle for to rest him for a space, being sore of limb after many marches and byroning in divers lands, and sometimes venery. And in the castle was set a board that was of the birchwood of Finlandy, and it was upheld by 4 dwarf men of that country, but they durst not move for enchantment. And on this board were frightful swords and knives, that are made in a great cavern by swinking demons out of white flames, that they fix in the horns of buffaloes and stags that there abound marvellously. And there were vessels that are wrought by magic of Mahound out of sea sand and the air by a warlock with his breath, that he blares into them like to bubbles. And full fair cheer and rich was on the board, that no wight could devise a fuller ne richer. And there was a vat of silver, that was moved by craft to open, in the which lay strange fishes withouten heads. Though misbelieving men nigh that this be possible thing without they see it, nathless they are so. And these fishes lie in an oily water brought there from Portugal land, because of the fatness that therein is, like to the juices of the olive press. And also it was marvel to see in that castle how by magic they make a compost out of fecund wheat kidneys out of Chaldee, that by aid of certain angry spirits that they do into it, swells up wondrously like to a vast mountain. And they teach the serpents there to entwine themselves up on long sticks out of the ground, and of the scales of these serpents they brew out a brewage like to mead. And the learning knight let pour for Childe Leopold a draught, and help thereto, the while all they that were there drank every each. And Childe Leopold did up his beaver for to pleasure him, and took apertly somewhat in amity, for he never drank no manner of mead, which he then put by, and anon, full privily, he voided the more part in his neighbour glass, and his neighbour wist not of his wile. And he sat down in that castle with them for to rest him there a while. Thanked be Almighty God. This meanwhile, this good sister stood by the door, and begged them at the reverence of Jesu, our altar liege lord, to leave their wassailing. For there was above one quick with child, a gentle dame, whose time hied fast. Sir Leopold heard on the up floor cry on high, and he wondered what cry that it was, whether of child or woman. And I marvel, said he, that it be not come or now. Meseems it dureth overlong. And he was ware and saw a franklin that hight Lenehan on that side the table, that was older than any of the t'other. And for that they both were knights virtuous in the one emprise, and eke by cause that he was elder, he spoke to him full gently. But, said he, or it be long too, she will bring forth by God his bounty, and have joy of her childing, for she hath waited marvellous long. And the franklin that had drunken said, expecting each moment to be her next. Also he took the cup that stood tofore him, for him needed never none asking nor desiring of him to drink, and now drink, said he, fully delectably. And he quaffed as far as he might to their both's health, for he was a passing good man of his lustiness. And Sir Leopold, that was the goodliest guest that ever sat in Scholars' Hall, and that was the meekest man and the kindest that ever laid husbandly hand unto hand, and that was the very truest knight of the world, one that ever did minion service to lady gentle, pledged him courtly in the cup, woman's woe with wonder pondering. Now let us speak of that fellowship that was there to the intent to be drunken an they might. There was a sort of scholars along either side the board, that is to wit, Dixon yclept, junior of St. Mary Merciable's, with other his fellows, Lynch and Madden, scholars of medicine, and the franklin that hight Lenehan, and one from Alba Longa, one Crothers, and young Stephen, that had mien of a frere, that was at the head of the board, and Costello, that men clepen Punch Costello, all long of a mastery of him erewhile jested, and of all them reserved young Stephen, he was the most drunken, that demanded still of more mead. And beside the meek Sir Leopold. But on young Malachy they waited, for that he promised to have come, and such as intended to know goodness said how he had broke his avow. And Sir Leopold sat with them, for he bore fast friendship to Sir Simon, and to this his son young Stephen, and for that his languor becalmed him there after longest wanderings, insomuch as they feasted him for that time in the honourablest manner. Ruth read him, love led on with will to wander, loath to leave. For they were right witty scholars, and he heard their arisons, each gen other, as touching birth and righteousness, young Madden maintaining that put such case it were hard the wife to die. For so it had fallen out a matter of some year agone with a woman of Eblana in Horn's house, that now was trespassed out of this world, and the self-night next before her death, all leeches and apothecaries had taken counsel of her case. And they said farther she should live, because in the beginning, they said, the woman should bring forth in pain, and wherefore they that were of this imagination affirmed how young Madden had said truth, for he had conscience to let her die. And not few, and of these was young Lynch, were in doubt that the world was now right evil governed, as it was never other, howbeit the mean people believed it otherwise, but the law nor his judges did provide no remedy. A redress God grant. This was scant said, but all cried with one acclaim, Nay, by our Virgin Mother, the wife should live, and the babe to die. In colour whereof they waxed hot upon that head, what with argument and what for their drinking. But the Franklin Lenehan was prompt each when to pour them ale, so that at the least way mirth might not lack. Then young Madden showed all the whole affair, and when he said how that she was dead, and how for holy religion's sake, by rede of palmer and beadsman, and for a vow he had made to St. Ultan of Arbracken, her goodman husband would not let her death, whereby they were all wondrous grieved. To whom young Stephen had these words following, Murmur, sirs, is eke oft among lay folk. Both babe and parent now glorify their Maker, the one in limbo gloom, the other in purge fire. But, gramercy, what of those God-possibled souls that we nightly impossibilize, which is the sin against the Holy Ghost, very God, Lord and giver of life? For, sirs, he said, our lust is brief. We are means to those small creatures within us, and nature has other ends than we. Then said Dixon, Jr., to Punch Costello, wist he what ends? But he had overmuch drunken, and the best word he could have of him was that he would ever dishonest a woman, whoso she were, or wife, or maid, or leman, if it so fortuned him to be delivered of his spleen of lustihead. Whereat Crothers of Albalonga sang young Malachy's praise of that beast the unicorn, how once in the millennium he cometh by his horn, the other all this while pricked forward with their jibes.
Thank you for listening to this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more classic books, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear the Scourby classic book readings.